How are there 3 likes when there's only 1 person? Because we're counting likes first. So just to let you know, we actually did a speed test before the stream today, so there's plenty of evidence that there shouldn't be any issues, okay? Just letting you know. So, I do think it's interesting. I do find it fascinating that very consistently these likes don't add up. Why does this autoplay? So trash. So that you leak your stream key, that's why. Endless reasons why for you to leak your stream key. Ridiculous. There's no reason for that to autoplay except for to fucking leak your data. YouTube is just absolute goddamn trash. I shouldn't have copy and paste things for my stream key. What the fuck is that? I can literally get that from the URL code. Oh, surprise! You leak your URL code. Some scammer can sit here and literally just do whatever they want, type using that in a command prompt. They can sit here and send random bots into your chat all the time. Doesn't matter if they're subscribed or not. Yep, imagine that. And YouTube's so fucking stupid, they're trying to pretend that, you know, they don't know this. They don't know. They're trying to pretend like we don't. It's right there, but we don't know. So everybody's just an idiot. People are just fucking morons. Like everybody. And that includes why I'm on the stream today. I obviously not feeling well. I'm sure you can tell. However, in addition to that, I should be able to drive from point A to point B without being harassed on the roadway. Now, if you want to ask me where I think the most dangerous place on the planet is, I think that it's a roadway in the United States. There are more deaths on a United States roadway. I mean, think about it. Think about it. You don't take this nearly as seriously as everything else. Literally the most basic thing of the job, pulling people over for speeding. Following behind them to make sure they're not aggressively driving. Following too close, which is a crime. So, why is it that this happens every day? And not only just every day, we also see consistently we have things where those of us who, you know, if something wasn't, if my vehicle wasn't inspected, I guarantee you I get pulled over every fucking day that I'm out on that road. But every single day I am out there, I see a vehicle not inspected. Literally just like devoid of inspection, parked in a parking lot somewhere on the road, something like that. And so not only did we have that today, completely illegal tags, but we also had somebody following too close and swerving around all over the place. Now, look, if I was judging the behavior today, I would judge the behavior based on this person wasn't paying attention. Most of the time, I will judge most of the time, that's not the case. Most of the time, they really are. I really wish I would have caught some of these guys on my fucking camera. We won't talk about that. But again, I really wish I could, like, I've shown you one. If you remember, I showed you one. This guy was like, his high beams were on. He was flashing them. He was right on my ass. And then he passed me illegally, ran a trash can over, almost went off the road. Snowing too, right? I think it was snowing. So there was one, but it really does happen a lot. That where it's like really aggressive like that. It's just the times where it happens conveniently. Yeah, that's shit, man. So I'm trying, okay? But in this case, again, we have another guy that I don't know that it was reckless what he was doing, not paying attention, yeah, and illegal tags, oh, absolutely. If you find this van somewhere, it is incredibly illegal. And I'll tell you why. So here we are. We have this guy, as you can see. There he is. And at a certain point, he's just going to start speeding up randomly on my bumper. He's going to do this too. He's going to veer off to the right, to his right, our left. And when we get him at the traffic light, when he stops, you are going to see one tag on the windshield. One, not two. You're going to see one, and it's inspection, not emissions. It is highly, incredibly illegal, insanely illegal. And I'm pretty sure his inspection tag said 25 as well. I think. I'm not 100%. It was really dark. It was really hard to see because it was sort of like curling a little bit. It was old looking. So I think it said 25 with that, in my mind where it was sort of curling a little bit. It's like, yeah, that's enough. And then there's not another tag either. He's driving like this. Hold on, it'll happen. It takes a minute. When I finally got on a hill where he could actually see the camera, stopped completely. That's the only part of the behavior that makes me think it wasn't, you know what I mean? But he wasn't, it's not nearly as bad as some of these guys will be just on my ass the whole time, going like this. I swear to God, they really will. That's somebody's gonna get in an accident doing that. This guy, I just think he was texting or like just not paying attention, or I don't know what he was doing. There he goes. Did you see it? Did you see it? Oh my God. So he hasn't caught up to me yet, but trust me, he will. It'll be obvious too. It'll catch up and be like, oh, okay, there it is. Because he's not doing too bad right now. That's correct. That's correct distance, by the way. If somebody would want to pull out, he can easily let off the gas and slow down. I'm going to talk a little bit about that too, but um there we did it again. So should we go back there and look at that? We can I'm floating. Oh my god. Oh my god. Did you see that? That wasn't that bad. He goes like way the hell over it at some point. What the heck? There it is. There's one. Now, again, that's still not that bad. He goes way the hell over it. That's really not that bad, but he does go way the hell over it. And we still haven't gotten to the inspection tag yet. Hold on. Listen, if I didn't feel like it was like vigilanteism, I would sort of like pull over and try to get his plate and get behind. I'm not gonna do that though. Like you're not supposed to do that. um, I'm just trying to talk about a problem because I think that they're not seeing it. As soon as a cop shows up, they're gonna not do this shit. Just like as soon as I'm recording, they. God, my eyes are starting again, guys. My eyes are starting again. I'm gonna cry. There. Oh my god, did you see that? Hold on, that was. Okay, never mind. He's sort of like riding it. He goes like way over. Trust me. Like there's one time it grabbed my attention because like, I just saw him do this. I'm like, jeez. Extremely good peripheral vision. Oh, there it is. That's actually not that bad. Again, damn. We're not there yet. Because we haven't even gotten to the light yet where we stopped, right? So he definitely is on it there. Like that is failure to maintain your lane. That is literally what that is. Yeah, if for example, if there was a guardrail and he was on a highway, he'd be toast. He'd be toast. That'd be the logic I would use. You know what I'm saying? Anyway, let's try to get to the part where he's actually like all over the road a little more. Oh wait, oh here he comes. Oh my god. Oh, what is this? Just all of a sudden. Well, how fast am I going? 47. Guys, I'm going 2 over the speed limit. So how much over the speed limit? How much of the law should I break for this guy? How much over the speed limit should I be going to appease him? And he slows down again drastically. What the heck is that? So that's normal again. It looks further than it is on the camera because it's not, you know what I mean? It just looks further than it is. So he's still kind of veering toward the white line a little bit. We're about to stop and you're gonna see one tag. One sticker, I should say. A tag is a license plate. It's usually what people mean by it. Let me let him get close. All right. One. Hold on. There's one sticker on there. There's literally one sticker on there. Thing's all curled, so you can't see the year. I'll bet it's 2025. No emissions at all. What the hell? It was like most one of the most shady vans I've ever seen too. This rusted roof rack. So where's he going like that? Why is he driving like that? Where's he going like that? Let's make this correct size again. It's cool to drive slow, man. It's called slow ride. Take it easy. No. Slow ride. Take it easy. No. Yeah, it's cool to drive slow. It ain't cool to do this shit. Like, just match my speed, man. If I slow down, you slow down. There's cars in front of me, by the way. I was driving the speed I was driving because it was in traffic. Yeah. So it was like, I kept going like this too. Like, not angrily. I just kept doing this. Like, where do you expect me to go? There's a guy in front of me. almost like he's doing that, like it seemed at the time as though he's doing it to speed up. But obviously if I'm considering taking my own bias out of it, it's realistic to think that such a, like the vehicle, the condition it's in, he's probably just distracted by everything that's falling apart. So you get what I'm saying? Anyway, it doesn't stop. It don't stop. Let's do this. This will make it easier to see what's going on. Hold on, let me. There you go. That way, I'm flying. Doesn't really look like it, but. You know what I'm saying? This guy just keeps speeding up. We're getting there. He does a really bad one. There's like one really bad one. It's coming soon. He's still like I'm straighter than he is still kind of veering a little bit. Like, yeah, he's in the lane. Obviously wouldn't pull him over for that, but the white line stuff you would, and then again, there's a there's a definitive one coming. Much more definitive. The fluctuating speed too, like if he can't maintain speed, something's wrong with his vehicle or he's intoxicated. Oh, I think he would have done it already, maybe. Hmm. Maybe I missed it. I'll try not to jump too much around, I guess. In case it happens. I thought it would have happened already though. As soon as me after that light. Maybe it's a different light. Oh. Well, there was another one. Well, let's watch that again. Like, what's he doing? like I realize that's actually not that bad, but he's still. I mean, it's still weird. All of it's weird. All of it added up is weird. Suspicious driving. There's the one sticker. There you go. It's a little better there, I guess. One sticker. One. Actually, now that I'm looking at it, to be honest, now it looks like the emission sticker and like the inspection sticker's missing. Now that I'm looking at it, actually. Oh, I wasn't like too focused on it. I was trying to obviously look at the road. But now that I'm actually sort of looking at that, it looks like it came off. Like you can't it has to be displayed. It's sort of like when we used to do the um registration stickers. Remember you had to put one on every year? Or every depends on how you could do 1 year, I think 3 year, right? 1 and 3 year, maybe something like that. But you still had to put it on, or that could get you pulled over. I've gotten pulled over for that before because I got it in the mail way back and I forgot to put it on. Very shortly after that, they were they were like, yeah, let's just not do that. Huge waste of time when we can just look and see how valid it is. That's all he did, you know. Wait, when did he swerve like crazy? I know he did it. Just can't find it now. Oh my god. Boy, he backed way off. Wonder wonder why wonder why I did that. So that was the hill. That was the hill when he backs way off after he sees it. So I don't think he actually does it anymore. Oh no, he does. But I think he saw it and was trying to pay attention more. I do think he's just distracted. But either way, like that's you can't. There's something with that vehicle. Where does he really like? Man, either way, he's got one inspection sticker. Fluctuating speed. He can't maintain like that is like a problem. Like when you just like that bad. That's very close. Barely one car would fit between me and him, and that's not enough time to stop when you're going 45 miles an hour. So like not spaced out. I'm talking like the length about like if measurement wise the length of a car. That's about how close he is there. So that's normal. Again, like that's a normal distance to be traveling behind somebody. But he just like yeah, like he's oh, did we talk about that one? Yeah, maybe we did. But he is definitely over the line there. Oh yeah, that's over it. Yep, that's over it. Out of bounds. Out of bounds. Third down. Third down. Out of bounds. Actually, this is fourth down. He's got a punt. Yeah, this is fourth down. He's got a punt. It's over. Is what I'm saying. So from the in the course of about 5 seconds, he swerves over that much. Actually, that was 2 seconds. And he's just riding it. Holy shit, he's just riding it. Yeah, it's distracting. That's being distracted. He's like looking at something. The weird thing is like that he's can't maintain. You know, like I don't. You know what I mean? Like, how long can you look away while maintain? Like, his peripheral vision must suck. You know what I mean? Like, you know where the road is. Like, how's he just not paying attention that much? Look at this guy. Do you see him? That was an obvious correction where he realized he. Let's watch that again. Where he was drifting and he pulled back over. That was obvious. Right there. Right here. Right? Yeah. But actually I was talking about before that. I went far back too far. But yeah, I mean like he's just there it was. Yeah. He's so like overcorrected. I don't know. I think this guy's drunk. I think this is day drinking. I think that's what it looks like. Look at this. Like, come on, man. That is too close. Oh, there it was. There it was. It was when he was close. Holy cow. Hold on. That was bad. If there was somebody walking alongside the road with a stroller, he would have clipped him. Yeah, some person minding their own business, just out for a stroll. He would have clipped him with his mirror. That is way over the line. That is way, 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 way over the line. Look at this vehicle right now. Too close, over the line. No inspection tags. We're running around all over the road. It's an extremely dangerous vehicle. This has that guy's got a dead body in the back written all over it. That's 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 what this says. I mean, it's true. It's true. I'll bet almost any other cop would probably approach that van the same way. The guy's obviously drinking. No tags. There's a reason for that. This he can't even keep it straight. He's very obviously in a hurry. Yeah, I'd approach that thing like, hey, how much you want to bet there's a body in there? Oh boy. I mean, I hope not, but you wouldn't believe the amount of times they see that. You would not. You would not believe. You really wouldn't. A lot of times they don't. They just close it right away. Oh man, what's the reaction? The initial reaction. So you know, it's not like I didn't see cops out. I did. I saw plenty of them. I did. Today I saw at least 4. At least. But they were passing me. I was behind one. And they were passing me. Not not like on the road, because I was, no, I mean like the other way. They're passing me the other way on the road. They're going the other way, is what I should have said. Where you come from? Where you going, boy? It's none of your business, sir. And don't call me boy. Just kidding. So obviously there's a problem. We need to get highway patrol. We need to get super troopers on the job. Just kidding. They would be terrible. We need we need guys more like on Brooklyn Nine-Nine. That's a good cop show. Do you remember Dragnet? That was good. It was ridiculous. If you've never seen Dragnet, you're missing out. You are missing out. Good freaking show. TJ Hooker was awesome too. The entire show was William Shatner rolling across car hoods. That's the entire show. I mean, why else what else is there better to watch? I mean, that's that's top quality entertainment right there. There's nothing there's nothing better than that. Especially if it's a Dodge Swinger in 1973. $500. No, like literally, the whole show was great. It was just extra. It was just extra. I enjoyed it though. But Dragnet was good. Now if you want really good like actual like detective stuff, the modern Sherlock Holmes is phenomenal. The BBC one with Benedict Cumberbatch. If you want actual detective stuff. But they took that a lot of that's directly from the Sir Arthur Conan Doyle novels. They just modernized it. Good job too, but you know, actually really good job. But believe it or not, I actually for detective stuff I like House MD. Because it has to do with it's detective stuff, but like from a science standpoint, because it's medical, obviously. He's a top diagnostician, sort of like a Sherlock Holmes of medicine. Stuff figures out stuff that other people can't figure out. But it's played by the brilliant Hugh Laurie, who's absolutely brilliant, who's been on Blackadder. If you remember Blackadder with Rowan Atkinson back in the day. Really funny British TV show. So and had Jennifer Morrison, Omar Epps, Jesse Spencer, Olivia Wilde was on it. Great cast. The name of the lady that played Lisa Cuddy escapes me. I apologize. She's extremely good too. There was a lot of Dave Matthews showed up in an episode. Yeah, he was one of the patients. Classically, they would have cameos for patients, and like that was one of the coolest ones. And who he played, I loved the character that he played. Did a good job. Really good job. And then obviously Wilson, you know, his Watson, his version, House's Watson. The guy that played Wilson was phenomenal too. I apologize, his name escapes me at the moment. But I really liked him. He was on the Blacklist too. He showed up as a bad guy on an episode of the Blacklist. And I thought that was cool. He's actually been in quite a number of stuff. He sort of slips in here and there. That was definitely one of the bigger roles. I mean, if anything, he was the supporting role in the show. His House's BFF. So, highly recommend that if you like detective work. Truthfully, it all you're still exercising the mind in the same way. If anything, doing it outside the box a bit like that can actually help improve your detective abilities and stuff, and investigate investigatory capacity, just because you're looking at it instead of like this, more of a wider scope than just like police detective work and stuff like that, if that makes sense. um yeah, I mean, I could think of a couple of examples of why that would matter, but it's sort of political and controversial with some people, just to even talk about hospitals, vaccines, COVID, stuff like that. Um, so you just have to realize that, like, for example, let's say you're investigating something, you work for the FBI. It would be really good for you to not reject the knowledge of what the doctors are telling you. Like, for example, like, if you remember how there are all these COVID related, hospital deaths and stuff like that. It was just nonstop. Everybody was sort of starting to say, you know, well, there's other things that were very serious on there, and then they're just putting COVID. So what you have to realize about that is, if you would kind of understand more about the medical field, look into it a little bit, you understand a lot of that actually just has more to do with the paperwork side of things, where because the person didn't leave the hospital, whatever the underlying thing is that exacerbated what was already there, that's going to be on the paperwork, usually a lot of times what they put, because again, they didn't come to the hospital for that thing they knew about that their other doctor, they came to the hospital for COVID, then died. You put that on there because it exacerbated their other things, which made them more sick. Yes, people can have other things and it can exacerbate the COVID, and likewise back and forth. But had the COVID not happened, would they have also been there with the COVID symptoms dying from them? No. So I think it's really important for people to, embrace culture, because things like that can end up opening your eyes to certain things. You may just like consider a new way of looking at something just because something like that. I mean, you watch an episode of something and it's a true story. A lot what you have to realize is that House MD specifically, the script was written by doctors so that they would get the medicine correct. It's actually all correct. And some of them are based on true stories. That's what's so cool about it. Now, they are very dramatic. They are. Okay. But a lot of it, yeah, a lot of it, if you want the truth, a lot of it, House sort of gets away with what he gets away with because he's House, and no single other person in the medical field would ever get away with what he gets away with patients. He's definitively the Sherlock Holmes of he owns that. But that's why, because he's that. So that's why it's cool, but they also, this is a spoiler if you haven't watched it. They also write that in there eventually. He catches up to him. He can't just be a malpractice doctor without it catching up to him. Catches up to him. It's pretty cool how they like really write all that into the script and stuff. Those characters are just awesome. Um, but yeah, I mean, obviously, I like House and stuff like that. He's not, don't look at characters like that to look up to them. You can look up to them for their intelligence and stuff like that, but I'm not condoning that House, Dr. Gregory House is by any means a role model or anything like that, exemplary role model for anybody. This isn't a very adult show. Um, he's a very troubled individual that takes Vicodin every day. So he's got problems. But he is brilliant. And there's obviously, some really cool things that you can learn about somebody like that and you know, just from science and life in general from some sort of watching that and it's just really interesting too. Um love the characters too. I love the he Larry's so funny. He just does a good job of being comedic, but having this undertone where it's sarcastic and really funny for the viewer, but you can just feel how tense it would be in the room if he actually said that or something. It's just great. Sort of bursting laughter moments, kind of. Um, one of my favorites, again, spoilers, but one of my favorite episodes, one of my favorite moments is when House has these really clever ways of curing things. Just these most bizarre, and it's so cool how he wraps it up. And I remember the one episode. Obviously, every episode there's a case they can't figure out, and House has to figure it out. He's got these team of doctors. They help do the tests and figure stuff out, and he bounces ideas off of them, and it works or it doesn't. They don't always figure them out. They don't. And the one case, sorry, my eyes are watering a little bit. The one case, it was so funny. I forget what exactly it was that would actually cause this, but literally just walks by with a boombox on his shoulder, and I think he's wearing like sunglasses, and he's like dancing around and stuff with like rap music, and it's just it's because it's House, like he's depressed and Eeyore like, and he just does that sometimes, and it's hilarious. It's very humanizing and cool. Man, what the heck? The more I talk, my eyes are just watering. Oh man. So sorry, I got a little off track there, but I just wanted to give you some suggestions if you like TV shows. It's another reason why I liked Data so much on Star Trek The Next Generation, because he was infatuated with Sherlock Holmes. And there would be entire episodes where he was Sherlock Holmes and Geordi was Watson. That was so cool. Man. Every time I think... There we go. All right. Whew. Can you see it? It's pretty bad. Instead of not like moving it that much. All right, let me just check this. Oh yeah, okay. Actually, should be fine. Here, let me put this up here. So this is, I wanted to show you guys what following at a safe distance looks like. This is what it looks like. Looks like that. Now again, on the camera, it looks a bit further. But if you would count how long it takes me to get, you know, like how many seconds it takes me to get to where the car is, you know, um, three is a reasonable, more, three or more, you know, and 3 or more seconds, and so you're at a reasonable, because you have to use time, because it would change with your speed, with your, you know, your speed. So the faster you are going, the further you apart you have to be, because you're gonna not be able to stop as quickly. Okay? You have to think about it like that. Now why is this broken when there's 10 concurrents in the stream? We literally see 10 concurrents in the stream, and they intentionally break this. Look at this. This is what I was trying to show you guys before. Where they intentionally break this right when there's 10 concurrents on the screen. Look, all I did was refresh it, and it's completely broken. So why are we playing with the like button now? Why are we doing this now? It was at 8 likes. Why are we sitting here playing around with the like button? Right as I say this. Why are we doing this? What's this about? This is the stuff I'm talking about. So again, if we just sort of go back, this is following at a safe distance here. No. This guy, it's important to remember, this guy is going severely under the speed limit. It is 45 here, and I'm following at a safe distance. I'm not tailgating, I'm not swerving around, I'm not pressuring him to drive faster. We're going 36 miles an hour in a 45. And I don't give a fuck. That's how you should be. How somebody is driving should not have any effect over what the fuck you are doing. If it does, you're a psychopath. Let's try to control what people do. I want to be on the road and have people follow the rules and feel like, again, it is safe to be on the road. Okay, right there's the speed limit sign. Okay, I don't give a shit. Right there we're going 37 miles an hour in a 45. And there I am, not giving a shit. Yep, big fucking deal. Well, maybe in a few minutes he'll speed up and realize he's doing it. And if not, oh well. And guess what? He did. Yeah. Now, what he also did was he was nice. And look, he's braking and stuff like that to maintain the correct. I don't care. This is triggering to some people. And look, he's got a huge dent in his back. Like he does this. Like he triggers people with brake checking. But look, I don't care. I am so far from him, I don't have to push my brakes on every time he does that. It's just annoying. Why are you so close that you got to put your brakes on? Look, he's plenty far away. He can brake all he wants and doesn't have to feel anxious about it. He can slow down. And then it gives me time to slow down. Imagine that. And then here it is 35. Here it is. And you know what he does? Because he's courteous. Do you know what he does? Because I maintained distance and I wasn't an asshole. Do you know what he does? In the 2 lanes that's coming up, he gets over to the right, knowing that he is still going straight. He does not turn. He is still going straight after the lanes merge. And he gets over to the right, specifically so that I can go around him. Because there's no other reason for him to do that when he's going straight. Everyone stays in the left lane there when they're not turning. He did that because he was being generous. He knew I was already going faster than him before I slowed down in the 45. Now again, I'm not going over the speed limit here, but he's slowing down. Okay. 35. Okay. So he's slowing down. So that's why I think he's actually trying to be nice and let me pass. Cuz he's driving pretty slow. So look, that's literally called how you have camaraderie on the road and people don't have to worry about jack squat. Okay? So that's a safe distance. That's how you follow at a safe distance right there. So if another car would pull out, I can slow down and they can get up to speed without feeling like they got to floor it. Yeah, it shouldn't be bumper to bumper when it's not bumper to bumper. It's not a city, man. Do you see a city? That's ridiculous. So these people need to stop, driving across the state, going all all kinds of speeds down the highways and across these roads. Like I just feel like people are getting way too used to the behavior of driving fast and it not being a limit where it's a minimum. Everybody just drives a minimum. Look, 35 and this is all 40 45 here. It was actually 55 in the one section, I think. But I don't know that I went through that with him. Um no. No, I didn't. Um but like that's kind of the point is like I shouldn't even be able to see, like like you know what I mean? Like you should be so far behind that car. Like why are you just pushing the gas pedal? Why are you just pushing on it? Maintain the speed of the car in front of you. You can do that when you're the front car, but the moment you get behind another one, stop doing it. Because you are using aggressive tendencies and behavior to try to get the person to drive a faster speed. That's all you're doing. Swerving around, speed up, slow down, speed up, slow down. Go, go, go. That's what you're doing. Why? What if it was an old lady? We don't. You're just driving like that, tailgating, swerving around all over the place. while we're playing around with the like button. So that's an example of following at a correct distance. This is fun stuff to deal with. Yeah. Hmm. Um. But yeah. Anyway. Yeah. Obviously, that first guy. Obviously, this guy. Is fine. I'm just saying the first guy. Um. Obviously, the point is that he's falling too close and swerving around. I know inspection tag. Yeah. True story. So, we're starting to realize yet that everything in America has gone to shit. Even the stuff that was good before is being sabotaged and gone to shit. Everything. Like, we suck. We are trash. Look at this. Look at this like button. What the heck is that? It does. Worst cheese ever. Next to Munster cheese. Munster cheese is disgusting too. Why do we make shit cheese? What's good about Munster? Why is it good? Describe it. Tastes like a fucking foot to me. Yeah. Tastes like a literal foot. Swiss cheese? 100%. 120%. Provolone? Phenomenal. Don't get much better than that. Cheddar? Cheddar's that cream of the crop. Everybody likes it. But American cheese, no, it's just trying to copy that. White and sharp cheddar, for sure. It's too tricky. Because most of it is literally processed cheese product. When you pick up the package, Look at it and read it. Does it say processed cheese product on it? Does it have the individual fucking slices in the plastic? Okay, so first of all, the plastic literally has chemicals on it. It's plastic. So they made the plastic. Okay. So imagine this giant roll. Okay. It went through a printer of some kind. That's how it works. Okay. That has chemicals. Okay. And then they clean it. All right. There's more chemicals, but they're safe, guys. Now, remember under the current administration, oh no, oh no, they're gonna use whatever the hell they want because they ain't inspecting shit. But that's that's negligible compared to what I'm about to say. So you have the plastic; it's already cancer risk, plastic chemicals, but now you got a second cancer risk because processed anything is technically a cancer risk. Machines. It's not a whole food. You didn't make cheese. You just put some shit together and called it cheese. That's sort of right. You know, that's what we do with fast food too. With like beef patties and stuff. You know, the frozen beef patties or hot dogs. No, not. I like some all beef 100%. Okay, some of them aren't bad, but again, for the most part, for the most part, then you're putting ketchup on it. Oh my god. And then you're like, all right, I'm gonna put veggies on here. I'm gonna put veggies. I'm gonna get my veggie in. Okay. Lettuce. Lettuce. Okay, so water. You're putting water on it. Zero nutritional value at all. Look it up. It's water. And then hey, a tomato. Oh wait. A tomato's a fruit. Son of a bitch. So just acid. So just acid. Yeah. Because it's a fruit, not a veggie. Yeah. I mean, I mean, nice fresh slice of tomato. That's good shit, man. That is, but that lettuce, man, you just adding water. It's making everything soggy. Why are you putting lettuce? You know, bacon's perfect with a slice of tomato because it helps with the moisture. You gotta get a broach bun for that or something thick bun because otherwise it just. But oh my god, it should just be a beef patty. Like, all right, here, go on the channel and type burger recipe on my channel. I gave you one free. Whole Foods, guys. Literally, you just get ground beef and you make it. It's not all that hard, man. If anything, it's going to be the best burger you've ever had because it's going to be exactly what you want in it. Then you can go get like the 90%. You can do that. You can actually decide the fat content too by doing that. Yeah. That sounds pretty nice. Only 10% fat, and it's like mostly red, very, very red looking ground beef. I like that. So, yeah, just like why I slipped mustard in there. I thought that was actually a really smart thing that Obama said. And that's actually why I slipped it in there. It's actually why. Because Obama said it. Because he likes mustard on his hamburgers. Does he eat cheeseburgers? I don't know if I think he eats hamburgers, doesn't he? I think. But he likes mustard, I think. So don't knock it till you try it. Okay? All right? Um, well, is it hot dog or hamburger? I just know he likes mustard. Um, and there's a reason for that. You know, mustard has some real ingredients. A lot of that ketchup you're eating, that's just a bunch of processed crap. It is. No. Even I'll admit a lot of times it's pretty good, especially Heinz. But that's why I slipped that in there. I slipped it into the actual pate itself. Um Again, because heard him suggest that and I tried it and it was really good. So I was like, yeah, this needs to be in the but you can't overdo it. You can't. Some people with mustard, they just if they don't know what's in there, they'll be like, "Oh, it's too good." What is that? What is that slight heat that I'm getting? Because it's a slight heat, very very slight, ever so slight, and it's just mustard. But yeah, go look at it, man. I gave you a burger recipe. Dijon. You want Dijon though? No, I'm not like not yellow mustard. So, um, Americans sort of just do these things where they proceed through life without really giving much thought to um why there's an ingredients list on something or a nutrition thing on something. um Now again, you can get real cheese. Kraft makes it. Sargento has a real cheese out there too, like Sargento. Really like Sargento cheese. But I'll be honest with you, you can get real cheese, it's just you're not finding it most places. Most places they really have just those and it's not every individual sliced, but it's pretty I don't think I've ever seen individually wrapped real cheese. If they're individually wrapped, no. No. So this is it can't like it's a man-made substance. It's not something that like even if they went and like extracted like where something's made entirely out of chickpeas. I saw a pizza. You ever had know somebody like celiac or something? I saw a pizza made entirely out of chickpeas. Really good. I tried it. Surprisingly good. But expensive. Expensive to I can understand that. It costs a lot to make that. Um so there's that. But again, that's okay because it's chickpeas. It's food. I mean, you're eating veggies. That's awesome. Yeah. So the closer you get to cow dirt, cow dirt, the closer you get to these things where your food came from this soil, tree, cow. Okay? Chicken, poultry too. Fish. Yeah, these things are natural things on the planet. They're not man-made. Okay? When was the last time you could drink some motor oil? You can't. You will promptly die. That one you won't even vomit, you'll just die. Yep. Don't do that. There ain't no poison control center that's gonna save you on that one. I'm not gonna tell you why though. I could tell you why, but I'm not gonna. It would be not fun. um the point is you would you wouldn't do that to yourself. So why eat some cheese that's basically the same thing? Do you know what plastic is? Toxic chemical. Is literally liquid toxic chemical. Can't touch it, can't even inhale it. If you would inhale it while they're doing that process, you get sick. You get very sick. I mean, you're not gonna it's not that bad. There's more toxic things than the plastic, but depends on the grade of plastic. If it's like the highest stuff out there, oh yeah. That's a little different. They're polylining that shit with lead. Yeah. It's just dense. More you know. I'm gonna do some research more into Einsteinium. But anyway, the point is that obviously you wouldn't you wouldn't pick up some dirt off the ground and eat it. You know, even the people in the impoverished countries that are eating dirt soup, trust me, it exists, unfortunately. They eat dirt soup. Even those people have a cooking process. Yeah. Yeah, because there's minerals in dirt. You're getting the nutrients. But they have to get rid of all the bacteria and shit. It's dirt. Dirt itself, it's interesting. It itself is like that because of its the way it consists of being. Isn't that interesting? Dirt itself is not essentially dirty in the sense of like being dirty, really. Dirt causes what it causes because it cakes. It cakes. And like holds together and then like forms microorganisms. Like shit grows in dirt. Like that's those are those minerals and stuff like that that I talked about. So if anything, it's we're just the same as that dirt. Those little microorganisms. Okay? Except the dirt we eat are the apples off the tree. It's true. You know that's just shit, right? So so next time you're eating an apple or a piece of fruit or even vegetable, really, remind yourself, oh, this formed because we dumped some shit on the ground. And it fed the tree. And now the tree is producing its byproduct. And we ate it. It's true. I mean, it's the most basic sense of things. So the tree shits out some apples, and we're like, No, the point is everything you put in your body is waste. Is, you know, your body is a certain temperature. You know, again, like if you introduce something that is foreign, you know, you get even an upset stomach, you know. So like, for example, you ever had fast food and then you promptly have to go home and expel all of it immediately, and it's going to be bad? It's going to be like really bad. Do you want to know why that happened? I can tell you exactly why that happened. Somebody had a runny nose. That's it. Something like this. Or they touched their face after, like, they sneezed earlier and it's all in their face. They touched their face, but they have grease. So the little spot on their face, they just smear it off onto the glove with the grease. And then they just touch the thing again. That's why. That's why it happens. So that shouldn't happen. Oh, I ate something that doesn't agree with me. Yeah, why? No, I mean, if the food's ready to eat, it's ready to eat. You know all that shit's frozen too, right? All these like the one thing that you're never supposed to do in a restaurant. Like it's the one thing you're not supposed to do. Because anybody can cook frozen at home. Why are you doing that? Anybody can do that. Why would you have somebody go out to eat and charge them for you to drop jalapeno poppers from a fucking freezer bag into a grease vat? You're not even baking them. You're cooking them in grease. So, like, stupid and stupid. Like, you're just adding fat to it. It's gonna be filled with grease. It's gonna taste like shit. Be hot as blazing hell. Everybody's gonna hate it. But suddenly, if you baked it, the correct temperature, comes out probably faster. And tastes like shit, and you're not adding grease to it. And when you take it out, it's not running the risk of somebody leaving it hanging over oil that the steam rises and makes it soggy. Just take it out. Oh, suddenly, when there's a reason to do it, suddenly you recognize, oh yeah, I should probably do that. This is part of the problem. People need to understand the reason. They're stupid. They don't know how to run restaurants. They just inherit it or, you know, have money and can. That's the problem with the American dream. These people very often do things they don't want to do. They just think they do. And you're like, what's so fun about running a restaurant? I don't think it'd be fun at all. I personally just don't think it'd be fun at all. You better, if you run a business, you doing that thing, you better really, really love what you're doing. Or you're not gonna be doing it forever. You're gonna fail. You better really love it or be very like so good that it overrides it. Um, so I mean, it's the sort of thing where look if I walk into your establishment and already the parking lot is full of holes, it's hard to park. I'm irritated already. That's your lot, man. You got to take care of that. Like that is the example of what most owners will forget. And what you forget is that the rest of us might have owned businesses and know how this works. It's the one thing that you will never, ever, ever do as a business owner, ever. You'll completely ignore it because you want to get the fuck in there and get the fuck out of there as quick as you can. You are not looking at it. So you got holes, you got stones, you got all kinds of shit that ain't up to code. And that's a problem. But then I walk in the door and, I'll stand there and there's just nobody there. Please wait to be seated. Should just have somebody literally that's supposed to stand here all day. That's what they do. I mean, again, you rotate people so that the person doesn't feel like they're standing there all day. Okay. But I mean, like, that's what they do. Okay. Shouldn't have to tell you this. So if I'm walking around and your windows are fucking dirty, the lot's a mess, and it smells already. Like it doesn't smell like normal restaurant. It smells bad. What do you think I'm gonna think already? I mean, for crying out loud. You have to realize some people clean their homes better than you're cleaning your fucking restaurant. And you expect people to pay? They're eating better at home, dude. They don't care. What are they paying for when the environment isn't there? If the environment's there, fun. All right. At least, maybe you can do better on the food next time. If it's not even there, I can't even say that. So now I wait. Now I get seated, maybe. Maybe I want to sit at the bar. Maybe I don't. I'm not asked. 90% of the time, when you walk into a restaurant that has a bar, you are not asked, would you like to sit at the bar? You're just not asked. Really strange. Very, very strange. This is a common courtesy. You should do it. Because now everybody's going to know you have a bar. Your bar's going to be crowded. If you're not doing that, your bartender's not getting any tips. They're pissed. What the fuck are you doing? So now, maybe I wanted to sit at the bar. Don't you have a bar? I see it. Oh, I'm sorry. Did you want to sit at the bar? Yeah. Yeah, the friend I'm with, he wants to get a drink. Yeah, so we'd like to sit at the bar. Is that okay? Oh, yes, of course. So it's not like the employee's rude. It's just they're not trained to ask. They don't know any better. You gotta train them. So then you sit at the bar. The very first thing that happens, put my hands down, and I go, ah, God, I'll be back. I have to go in the bathroom and wash my hands. The second that I sit down, what the fuck are you doing? That's disgusting. Especially when I can feel it on the seat. But I put my arms on the bar. You know that gives people infections? One little thing old soda, speck of old soda sitting there, smear it on my arm. An infection from that, believe it or not. You just don't care. It's very similar to something like this, where it's just gonna like be a big shining, and it would be an outward one, so you just drain it. But yeah, you ever have one of those? That's what you got it from. You touch something really gross or something like that. Yeah. So again, now the bartender is um too busy to be friendly. This is a common thing. Do you run across this? I run across this a lot. Bartenders in restaurants are very commonly too busy to be friendly. They don't care. I don't think they're paid enough. Um, if they have their liquor like the not liquor license, I'm sorry, license to serve alcohol. I apologize. License to mix and serve alcohol. They're I forget what it's called. But if they have that, um, they should earn more than a a waiter or waitress's salary. They should earn more than that. They have a qualification. If anything, they should be close to management earnings because they manage the bar. Okay, you're not doing it right if you're not paying those people enough. Because I promise you, you do. You might see a little more pep in their step and them giving a shit. But they're trying to get the hell out of there and get into a bigger bar or a much better place, and they ain't gonna be there long. You're gonna go through bartenders because you're not paying them enough. Pay them. Test them. Have them make you a drink. Few. Test them. Pay them what they're worth. If they're good at making drinks, oh man, you're gonna make a ton of money if they're good at making drinks. A ton. And you're doing it wrong. And then some old lady's gonna sit there and she wants her margarita, and you know how to actually make it where you're not spiking it with absurd amounts of tequila. Nobody wants that. What is that in Pennsylvania? You go to a bar and you order a margarita and it tastes like tequila. It doesn't even taste like a margarita. What the fuck is that? I didn't order a tequila, I ordered a margarita. So, if you actually know how to do it, they'll love you. They'll be they'll be like they'll be like, yep, this is awesome. It's really good. So, in addition, in addition, if I walk around your establishment and regularly, I can visibly, easily see spider webs and dust directly on the lamps that hang over your tables. You should be shut down by the Board of Health at the snap of a finger. That is disgusting. You don't have any business being in business as a restaurant when you can't do something as basic as have fucking employees clean off the lampshade when they wipe down the tables. That is so goddamn basic. Or if you don't even want to do it that regular, every night, every opening. So that way there's checks and balances. The night didn't do it, the opening has to do it. Still. They still have to do it. But maybe the actual night shift actually did it. But if they didn't, they'll keep tabs on them. They'll know. And then you can flip flop. Because then that night crew, the manager, should recognize what it looked like if somebody didn't do it. You know what I'm saying? And then if the first shift person didn't do it, then the managers can communicate with each other a little bit as a person comes in and be like, "So did that person take care of that? My person did not, but I wanted to make sure that your person was doing it too, and it wasn't a training thing. So that's why I didn't have them do it last night. I wanted to see if your person would do it. So let's go ahead and take a look." And then you can actually verify with eye contact actual evidence. And then just sort of kind of communicate with the manager. And then you'll actually be able to figure out if it's training versus somebody just not doing it. There's smart ways to do things, but nobody knows how to do it. If your restaurant has the same goddamn carpet, that is very obviously had soda spilled all over it 20,000 times in the same spot, and there's been so much foot traffic over the years, there is now a rut, like, visibly in the carpet, replace it. What are you doing? Where's that atmosphere we talked about? Come on, go to a restaurant, man. This is why fast food places just do the tile. They don't want to deal with it. Okay? So I'm going to a restaurant. If you're gonna have carpet and you're that dumb, clean it. Otherwise, do the smart route. Do the smart route. No, not ceramic tile. That's the again. They do that because they have contractors oftentimes that can do it and they get it done and stuff like that. It's just different. Hardwood floors. Yeah, yeah, hardwood, but finish them. You can do that. And then you can just put like runners down. You know what a runner is? Like a long rug? Yeah, that's all you gotta do, man. It's really easy. And then it just becomes about cleaning those rugs. Not having some old ass rug that you gotta pay somebody to come in and rip up and replace. No, you just replace those runners once in a while. Once they get crappy. Yep. If your chairs do not fit under the table, I leave. That is incredibly annoying. I just get up and leave. It's like if you're just so discombobulated as a business that literally these chairs do not fit with this table. That like I can't even sit under the table. Whenever I try to slide my chair in, the arms hit the table and the whole table moves and then my water falls over or something like. Nope, not nope, nope. It is gonna be a pain in the ass. People are gonna spill shit. I'm not. Probably food's probably gonna be shit because again, you don't even understand how to have chairs that fit under tables. You clearly haven't eaten at your own restaurant. It's just like the gamers that don't, the game designers that don't play their own games. I'm sure the designer does, anymore, but I'm talking more about like that main guy in charge of the whole team. It's sort of like when Starfield came out and blatantly the guy that guy, remember that guy? Is blatant that he didn't play it. It is blatant that he is not a gamer. He doesn't play it on end, or he would know that this is trash. There's nothing fun about it. In fact, it's a chore. It's a pain in the ass. He would have realized that. Just staring him in the face. So the same thing can be said about a restaurant. If you're an owner or anybody, and you eat there once in a while, you'll know what's going on. But don't slide in, make your own food because you don't want to cause a problem. No, you need to run those tests. That's you caring about the business. I want you to care about the business. I don't. Well, I am not. See, if you have employees where you have a business where you feel like they are demoralized or something by you showing up, what's doing that? What's doing that? Is it certain employees that try to pretend like they're friends of yours that have been there too long and talk about you and you don't know about it and try to pretend like they're friends of yours? Almost like they're pal and make other employees feel like shit. Yeah, this can happen. There can be all kinds of reasons, okay? But it's important to remember that in a restaurant business, things get stressful. It is fast paced, high energy environment, and things can get stressful. And so communication, cleanliness, and organization are key. All of those things. Fresh food, not frozen, is cleanliness. That's cleanliness. Bags laying in a freezer that you put your hand in and pull out, that's not clean. Now, that's sitting in there for a couple hours, while being rolled up after being opened. It's already building that frozen moisture inside the bag already. It's not clean. There's nothing clean about something that's frozen. Oh, I think it's pretty good. Okay. Go out in the restaurant and actually order it. You get what I'm saying? Like they won't do it. It's sort of like the people that are CEOs of giant store corporations. There's no way that Sam Walton doesn't stop at Walmart. There's no way. There's just no way. These people don't shop at their own stores. Yeah. It's sort of like Undercover Boss, where like if they actually did it, they'd find out just how bad it is, and you see how that plays out a lot of times. Well, that's the reality. I've already given you an example of a time where a company should have done that with me, and they didn't. I tried to tell them, you could go to like even undercover. I even suggest that you could even go to Undercover Boss or whatever. That would be great for ratings. They let like you like how are you just gonna let an employee be harassed all the time? What the hell's the matter with you? So this is common. Well, it's not just fast food either. It's pretty common. Um, yeah, I mean, as far as like angry customers are concerned, I also, I agree with the whole concept. Like somebody comes in and like, they just start shouting and stuff like that. Obviously, I agree with not, you know what I mean, like not wanting to deal with that. Um, but like, there's also a point to that, like where if you're a bad employee and you do something to almost trigger this person and harass this person, you're actually an employee of that establishment. Now, not only not taking their complaint, but you're actually being combative with them with so like it's sort of like where you're supposed to hear the complaint, but you're being argumentative. That's when I'll disagree that you're in the right because you're not there. Um so so yeah, just remember that like if it's yelling and stuff, because obviously you don't know who the person is, and if you're worried about aggressive behavior, that's a little concerning. But it's the sort of thing where like if they're just like a little upset and stuff like that, everybody's voice gonna get a little louder. You know, everybody's gonna complain. Everybody's gonna sound upset. So try to differentiate the actual problems from the people that um, you're gonna just naturally be upset about what's going on, and especially if all that stuff really was happening and I had to complain. Ugh. There's definitely a time where the whole I've been somewhere where the whole place should have been shut down for sure. It was bad. It was so bad. I watched I watched an employee smoke a cigarette outside. Literally watched it happen. He went directly from outside into the door that goes into the kitchen. And because they were in the middle of a rush, they were busy. And he went directly into the door in the middle of the kitchen. And I watched him not wash his hands. And he just put gloves right on and proceeded to start working. So after smoking a cigarette outside, all that stuff, you have any idea how dirty your hands get smoking a cigarette? Chemicals and everything. And then he did that, and then not only touching your mouth and stuff like that if you do. And so he did all this and then touched the gloves that he put on. This is what people are like how do you not realize you're touching the gloves? So like that's the point. Like this guy didn't wash his hands. There's a Board of Health violation. Massive. Massive. That is a that is a violation. We get the whole place shut down. We were told once that an entire restaurant can be shut down just for having ice visibly present in a hand wash sink. When the codes are that strict, when the codes are that strict, do you get what I'm saying? Because the intent is that you took a drink that you were drinking and dumped it in that sink, and it splashed all over the thing that you pushed with your hand and stuff like that. So now it technically would need to be cleaned right then and there. That's why. Now again, shutting down a whole establishment, that is so extreme for that. But technically they can do it. And this is why like all the soda and stuff like that start getting ice makers on like one machine. Because every one of those ice machines they ever had, if you would actually like go in there and look at it and take like a paper towel and run it along like the interior edge of where all the water falls down, you just get black shit. So all that water is just flowing over that all the time, and you can't see it. Just all the time. Think about how many fast food places you still see using the ice buckets where they get it out of a giant ice maker like that. They're never cleaning it properly. Like they should have a professional come in and clean that. That's what they should do. They should just accept that's a bill. And they don't. So most people will take on more than they can handle. Like they'll do all these things. They'll think they can do all these things. Oh, that's cool. That's cool. That's cool. I want to put that in our restaurant and do that. We can do that. No, you can't. You're trying to do too much. Even fast food is doing that. That's why a lot of places are failing. And then the ones that aren't, they're doing really well. It's a very limited because again, this is just how menus work. Okay? The more condensed you have that, the least amount of ingredients you have to order, keep on hand, the least waste you have. Okay? And it also is the sort of thing where you know, you can really establish, especially fast food chains could do it, you know, more with like this state and this state and this state wherever they are and stuff like that, and work more locally to get um you know, more of a back and forth between the community versus just always frozen product from a giant truck. Okay. So basically everything that's American, like we were the country where at least we could say we were doing democracy for the most part right until Trump. You know, like we were the nation where we could say this for a long time, but not anymore. We can't, there's nothing that we do anymore in this country that's correct. Every brand has some sort of spying tool, like essentially American company and stuff like that. Every brand of anything is going to have spying devices and tools in there to steal your data, spy on how you're using it, what you're using it for, and the entire duration of your use. Um, and this is the modern day where this is literally causing the device. It's happening so much and beyond the normal scope that it's breaking, you know, it's sabotaging. These things aren't supposed to work this way. It's overloading everything, and so um, this also causes problems for our national security. Matter, it causes huge problems for our national security. Huge. This is how data breaches happen all the time. So you know, we got to stop thinking that we're so good at everything when we're not. We're not even smart. Our education is shit. We're not even smart. We're not. Um, you know, it's a really disgusting thing when the president of the United States personally attacks one of the most qualified doctors on the planet. Like, what the fuck? What is going on with that? This poor man literally just tried to educate us. He's just a doctor that literally sat there and had the audacity to educate you about COVID. All you woke ass Trump voting retards that don't want to be told the correct science, anything. You just want to say it's fake news and agree with Trump, regardless of whether he's correct or not. And then case in point, personally attacks with the, you know, with this lawsuit. Personally attacks Fauci. Why? This is terrible. Because the guy was asked some questions and he didn't lie like you do. You're suing a doctor because he didn't lie. Because that's what we're talking about here. That's that's nuts. Actually just sitting here and attacking Jews, blatantly. He is. He's attacking many different ethnicities. I mean, he's attacking Spanish people, obviously. We know that. Why is he renaming the Gulf of America, or the Gulf of Mexico, the Gulf of America? Why is he doing that? Why is he claiming that every person seeking asylum that is here and has documentation is suddenly illegal just because they're Hispanic or something? No, they're not. It's not true. By the way, what you have to realize about the stupid fucking thing that Ass Mangle reacted to, what you have to realize about that is that you're talking about things that, like he said, why did they bring their children? He actually said that. Where the fuck else are they supposed to go, you moron? It's an impoverished country. Everybody's being killed. There's where are they gonna go? They don't have a place. The point is they're escaping their country because they don't have anything there. They don't have anywhere to go. Their country is attacking them just for existing. Exactly like what's going on in the United States. So the fact that you'd actually like show up and show how stupid you are and actually say something like that, why do they bring their kids? What the fuck? Again, where would they go? Oh, you stay here, just in the middle of the street where all these gangs are. Well, I know we don't really have a place for you to go. You just stay here. I'm gonna go and try to escape to the new country when we can run across, okay? Because it's gonna be better over there, and I'm gonna leave you here. That's what he's saying. And then his response is that he would shoot everybody that runs across. What if that country wouldn't do that? What if that's not their law? And they allow immigration, they allow those things, and they want to benefit from giving those people a second chance. Taxes. Sort of like we were doing, where we give people a second chance, and that's tons of taxes for us. Tons of it. They have to pay taxes. See, this is what stupid people don't realize. They don't get any of the benefits. None of it. You think they get the benefits? They don't. They don't get jack shit because they're not citizens. But they have to pay taxes. And you're so stupid. You actually think that we don't benefit from them coming here. Oh no, we greatly benefit from that. They're paying taxes. So Donald Dickhead piece of shit Trump, again, nobody should be paying these people anything. These people aren't running the country. Nobody should be paying this asshole anything. He's fallen asleep. What are you paying him for? To ramble incoherently about nothing and just say he's always right? Yup. That's what you're paying him for. Yep. Yeah. Donald Trump. That piece of trash. Just signed another random executive order having to do with vaccines with kids or something like that. Where he's actually like Making it worse? What the fuck's this guy doing? Why is he signing executive orders that have anything to do with vaccines or kids? Well, you see that, right? This is what I see when I get hacked, when they're hacking. Notice how he sat here and spammed this confetti the moment that I said, you see that, right? And we had a like come off, and one of these dropped too. Yeah, real fascinating how all this is starting to happen right as I'm taking a dump on Donald Jackass piece of shit orange faced motherfucking asshole Trump. Yeah, what a fucking piece of trash this fucking piece of garbage is. Boy, what an orange fucking piece of trash. What a stupid orange piece of garbage. Again, there's nothing smart. He's not done anything smart. We have more deficit. We're engaged in many wars, stupid ones that didn't serve a purpose. He got rid of the Iran nuclear deal that said that they couldn't make nukes. He got rid of it. So, again, his reason for going to war with Iran is because they're making nukes. He got rid of the deal where they couldn't make nukes. So, Donald Trump got rid of their nuke deal to go to war with them just so he can complain about their nukes. Yep. So he'd have a reason. It's all about manipulating the American public. He's actually killing people in Iran to manipulate the American public to be more gung ho about military, war, invasion. Yep. How fascinating. How fascinating that this keeps happening. And right when I say certain things. Oh boy, that is fascinating. Yeah, he is manipulating the American public to be more gung ho about war. And like essentially just manipulating especially men to be gung ho, to be hateful and warlike. That's disgusting. What the hell's the matter with you? What the hell's the matter with you? Why are we doing this conveniently and then these numbers freeze where we're blatantly stealing views? They're literally stealing views from my channel. The scammers stealing the trending and the views that I have for talking about the things that I talk about here. And this piece of trash likes Trump. So again, they're stealing for what I am saying. All while they would say the opposite. Interesting. Why are they stealing data about people where I would trend to the people that don't like Trump? Why are they trying to steal the data of people that don't like Trump? I wonder. Remember when jackass piece of shit orange faced Trump tried to redistrict Texas randomly in the middle of a decade? Remember that? It's called trying to rig an election. Because it's a piece of trash. Yep. Yep, he is an absolute piece of garbage. Smells like shit too. Everybody says he does. Everybody says he smells like shit. Like literally just smells rakes. So why are we seeing this weirdness now? 9. Nope, no it's not. Every time we see that, this is the stuff, the type of stuff we see where all this stuff's going on. So why are we trying to censor speech about Donald Trump? That's protected free speech. Why are we trying to censor free speech about Donald Trump? And if you are, you're a terrorist. That's terrorism. The definition. You're infringing upon my rights to silence talk about politics. That's terrorism. So why are you silencing and censoring when I call Donald Trump a jackass? Anytime I insult him, really. Why? I'd say whatever the fuck I want about Donald Trump. In fact, if I can't, and I am censored, which I have been, I'm going to sue the fucking shit out of the Trump administration. That's exactly what I'm going to do. I'm going to document it over and over and over. And I'm going to sit here and I'm going to just document just how many times a bunch of Trump voting assholes try to suppress free speech about Donald Trump himself. And then I'm going to sue the Trump administration. Yeah. Because this is inciting gangs and violence. Remember when he didn't condemn the terror attacks? Yeah, it's all about that stuff. Yep. All about him inciting an angry mob on January 6th, paying these people $5 to $15 million apiece, and on not condemning terror attacks. He actually said, what do I care about? Those people don't bother me. He actually said that. He didn't condemn it. What a piece of trash. What a fucking piece of trash. Such a president. That's a terrorist. That's what a terrorist would do. Because that gives the enemy what they want. So again, when Donald Trump is consistently just giving all our enemies what they want, Israel, Iran, they can make nukes now. While he's attacking them, they can make nukes now. Israel, they have access to our military bases. They do. Overseas, but they do. We sat here and made some sort of chip deal, you know, giving something to China. That ain't good. China doesn't need anything. So this guy is consistently just doing everything that our enemies want him to do. Why is he doing that if the current president's not a terrorist? And if he's a terrorist, that's 25th Amendment, because terrorists are not in their right minds. They are blatantly psychopaths. Yep. You know, we trained Bin Laden. Don't forget, the CIA trained Bin Laden. We did that. We did. Okay? We will never forget. Why are you sitting here and destroying Afghanistan and Iraq after 9/11? Why don't you go after Bin Laden? We did that. This was a big mistake. $5 trillion mistake to do that. Instead of going after Bin Laden. Then Obama actually did it. Actually finally caught Bin Laden with a series of covert operations like you should do instead of launching full fucking wars, wasting money and troops like they're expendable. The fuck is the matter with you? It's about bringing them home and not having to use them. Yep, there it is again. It's about bringing them home and not having to use them. And again, conveniently, we are just trying to censor everything in this fucking stream. There'll be a chunk of the stream just missing because they're hacking Google Chrome. This is trash Google Chrome, by the way. Oh, and by the way, the reason I use ad blockers is because I went to one fucking website with trash Google Chrome, garbage trash Google Chrome, and my virus software had to block a threat. One. And it's a website I go to all the fucking time. Everybody uses it. It's very known. And there's so goddamn fucking many ads. My virus software actually had to block a malicious infiltration. Yep. That's why I don't use this garbage shit Google Chrome that's very clearly this easy to fucking hack. Garbage. 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 Yep, that's right. That's Google. Full of fucking garbage. Just like this. Where again, this is Google Chrome getting hacked this fucking many times. Over and over and over. That's not me. That ain't even on my end at this point. That is them hacking their browser. Yeah, they're hacking the session for sure, but it's not. Yep. That's how absolutely trash Google Chrome is. What's up with this? Remember how they were trying to do this earlier? Where we had like 8 likes, people are liking the stream. That's the point. This trends the stream. So they're removing legitimate likes. So that has problems. They do a DDoS into the fucking so that has problems. They sit here and freeze the thing so that has problems. It's endless stuff so that the stream has problems. It's a scam. And here's the scammer laughing about it, thinking it's really funny. So I just want to show you how often this confetti actually is pressed. We know the IP address of the person that usually, because your IP address just pings all the time. It's the same person. It's the same person. Yep, so I have your IP address. So. Yep. So I'll just hand that on over to the investigator. Like we normally do. 100%? Yeah, I know. I'm aware. I'm too under the weather to be sitting here and randomly coming up with nonsense at the moment. Just definitively, I'm giving your IP address to the investigator. Nothing clever this time. Just you just keep spamming that confetti button. Again, think about how many times you've done this and how many streams you've done this, showing us that you're there. Think about how many streams you've done it where you weren't doing it until right when something happened, just to show us that you're there. So again, this is the misuse of something that would promote the stream, where it's a spamming and a misuse of something that would promote the stream. Just like this. And I'm removing my views, lying about views, literally removing them. Thousands of views being removed after streams have been posted for several days. Several. Thousands. Talked about and showed the screenshots plenty of times. Doesn't change anything. You sitting here continuing to do it. If anything, it just makes it worse. For you. Yep. Because again, online. So as you can see, they're still hacking my internet. I'm going to be documenting this and sending this on over my lawyer here. But as you can see, after that bitrate shift and them completely hacking the stream, this loses any double digits, goes immediately from 10 to 3. Literally all those. It was at 13 and it was climbing. They were already doing things to make that happen. So if you noticed, we had trending and stuff like that, and all these pieces of trash did. This person that's literally doing this right here, that you see right here, all they did was literally hack the stream so that everybody was kicked out. So it went from literally 10 to 3, and then again it was at 13. So literally, they are just hacking the stream to again steal views and lie about watch time hours. We've been over this a million times. I can pretty much guarantee that these views have been being subtracted from the stream the entire time I've been talking. Yeah. So as you can see, YouTube is lying and saying that the entire stream has 72 views at this point. So it's very clear to see when we have 17 at one point. You know, like, again, this is obviously not enough. We have proven that these type of concurrents, you know, usually are in the thousands, and that's why this scammer is doing this. He's learning from me how to trick and lie about numbers, because I literally sit here and say why it doesn't make any sense, and YouTube doesn't do anything about it. So again, all this is just to literally learn how to do this, and YouTube isn't doing anything. Where my point is that I will be suing this platform, you know, again, for defamation of character, online stalking, and harassment. But also, this scammer was masquerading online, with several of my family members' information, pretending to be family members, people that know me, friends and stuff like that, making spam accounts, coming in chat, talking as them, appearing to be them, spamming entire street addresses. This scammer had my street address typed into the title of a video on YouTube. Literally, the title of the video was my street address. And they were sitting on that stream showing pictures of me and everyone in my family and their relationship to me. They were zooming in on them and just typing the relationship like a psychopath. And they had my street address typed into the title of this video. And this is the content that they started with, the scammer started with, where you see this other impersonation account on YouTube where YouTube hasn't done anything about it. This person's stealing thousands of views. I get these views, and this piece of trash re-uploads and spams my content and gets thousands of views for what I'm doing. So again, that other channel is not mine. I don't have any other channels. That is a scamming piece of trash. So again, under a competent FBI, something would be done about this. Under Trump's FBI, they would show up and spam the laugh emoji. That's what Trump's FBI would do. They would show up and spam the laugh emoji. They wouldn't do anything about it. They would watch it and egg it on. This is what they're supposed to do. They are told to insinuate violence between citizens, to cause violence between citizens, to cause them to be violent with each other. They are told to do this. They are just like Kash Patel randomly had Alex Preddy's gun after he was murdered. Why does Kash Patel personally, the guy from Washington, have Alex Preddy's gun? Why? In Minneapolis. Why? Why doesn't the FBI agent that works out of that field office in that house, or that house, yeah, that state, why doesn't he have it? Why does Kash Patel randomly have that gun? Because they targeted him, tried to get him to take his gun out, harassed him. When he didn't, all he did was record them instead, and then you saw what happened. As soon as he started recording, they became a bunch of fucking scared little pussies. Just like that retard swerving around behind me. They became a bunch of scared little pussies. Couldn't walk away, couldn't be about themselves, but you know, they had to take his gun. He didn't even have it out. It was hidden. And they threw him down and shot him after taking his gun. When there's that many of them there. That many of them. And they all pulled the trigger. All of them. They all shot. The guy's laying on the ground. Clearly the officer has the weapon. They're just emptying their clips in this guy. What the hell? Try that with me. It won't go that way. Try it with me. It won't go that way. Try it. Yeah. Try it. Like I want you to fucking try. I wanna literally annihilate some terrorist scum. Because that's what ICE is. They're a terrorist organization. ICE is not legal. They are border patrol. They are not police. Shouldn't even say police on their uniform. Should say border security. They are to secure the border. They aren't doing it. And they're bitching about immigrants and stuff in the cities. Okay. Because you need to secure your border then, huh? What are you doing? You're not police. You're not FBI. You just want to be filmed on camera and you know, be seen standing there with your dumbass fucking gun and Kevlar. Because you look stupid when you do that. You do. You look stupid. Like, what are you doing? They're concentration camps. You don't have legal grounds to do what you're doing. None of those people see lawyers. You don't allow them legal representation. Incredibly, insanely illegal. Mistreated. In fact, may as well just call them torture camps. There you go. Better name. I happen to think that's pretty much what the prison system is in the United States too. They're torture camps. Okay, you don't enslave people just because you got some problems with them. You correct the problems. Yep. Oh right, they're called correctional Oh right. Oh, that's right. They're actually called that. What a slap in the face. How fucking how manipulative does that sound? That's incredibly manipulative. It's not what they are. They don't fucking correct anything. What the fuck? There's nothing being corrected. They're mistreated, tortured. Half the time cops mistreat people when they deal with them. But then they're mistreated in there. They're tortured. Look, I'm not saying be nice to somebody that did a bunch of shit. I'm just saying, like, what the hell's the matter with you when, like, you yourself are attacking that person? You know, you like essentially you have your little mini war going on in this country where you endlessly just throw people in these things called correctional facilities and you're declaring war on them because you don't like what they're doing because you have rules. Er, okay. Do you know that some people are taught when they grow up, every man for himself? Some people are taught that. I mean, it's not true anymore. Like you shouldn't have to feel that way in the United States especially. But that's the way people feel. They grow up in these concrete jungles that you do nothing about. You do nothing about how bad it is in those cities. People just like 15 million people in that fucking city. And you're just like, oh well, 2,000 cops, that's enough. No, it's not. You probably don't even have 2,000. It's not enough. 15 million people? So there's a bottleneck. It's an endless bottleneck. Endless bottleneck. Here's what you need to do. You need to have, sort of like sheriff's department stuff, different departments where people can feel like joining up isn't the whole job. Maybe they don't want to like Maybe they just want to do traffic stops and all that stuff. They want to focus on the road, or they want to focus on detective stuff. You know what I mean? Like, I'm just saying, like, whatever the case may be, I just think that, not enough of this is happening where you are, you could just have like a whole separate set of police that just do traffic stops and stuff like that, and really aren't necessarily qualified to respond if they hear, that shots fired or something like that. Okay, they're not going to respond to that, and I know how backwards that seems, but would you want somebody not trained to respond to it? Okay, so the point is, you have to start doing this. You have to start allowing people a gateway so that they can try it. Otherwise they're going to be too woke. They're going to be like, oh, it's dangerous. It's as dangerous as you make it. Use your head. You got Kevlar, you got endless backup, you got a bulletproof motorcade, okay? So be smart. In the modern day, just be smart. So why don't we see this more? Like I saw a public safety guy impersonating a cop, pulled somebody over. He's not allowed to do it. Shouldn't be doing that. But I agree with the sentiment. Like essentially, I appreciate what he was, like I said, but again, like that's not, you can't. That's gonna cause you a problem, man. And again, like he meant well. Clearly, he meant well, but don't do that. So I think that we need to do that, but again, you don't do that until we do that. Okay, that has to be a thing first. You can't just do whatever you want. Too many cops these days, I think, do this whole discretion thing where everything's up to their discretion. It's just not. People have rights. Oh, do you want me to comment on it? Do you want me to comment on it? I'm going to say it very simply. If you unalived somebody's bride because you were drunk driving and now you're being a Karen about a phone call, no. How about you just sit there and shut the fuck up? You just unalived somebody's bride because you were drinking. How about you just shut the fuck up? How about you sit there and shut up? Oh, was that you want to fuck? Shut up. You know that lady that you unalived? Yeah, she's not alive right now. She can't make any phone calls ever. Shut the fuck up. That's how I feel about that shit. Obviously, I'm not going to tell her to shut the fuck up, but I'd tell her she would do well to exercise her right to remain silent. Her endlessly refusing breathalyzers and wanting to call her daddy after unaliving somebody in a drunk driving accident does not look good at all, to her defense. And she was just going on. Like the thing she did later where she started talking to the cops and being more personal, she should have done that the first time. So they know that she was cool and she realized what she did. Then maybe they would have probably talked to her about when she could actually But they don't give a shit about that. Look what you just did. That's what they're thinking about. They're thinking about the body they just saw. Yeah. You aren't. You didn't see it. You got all teary-eyed and ran, Dad, Daddy. Don't drink and drive, kids. Don't do it when you're an adult either. Just the fact that people are you do realize it's not. Let me explain something. It's not whether you can. We all know that you are capable of doing this. Okay? Maybe I need to say this. I feel like a lot of people don't understand this, and this is part of the issue. We don't when we're even cops, they're not trying to sit here and be like, yeah, you're not. They're not trying to say that. They're trying to tell you you're gonna fall asleep. You are intermittently in and out of consciousness when you are fucking wasted. You can't operate a motor vehicle. You're just gonna fall asleep. Yeah, you're groggy. Drinking makes you groggy. You are intoxicated. Duh. You didn't it's not like in the movies where it's like whirl, 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 and everything's all mashing together. Who the fuck sees things like nobody sees things like that. That's just a movie. Okay? So when you go out on that road and you're like, "Oh, it's fine. It's not like that." No. No, 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 no. No, we're not worried about that. We're worried about you falling asleep. Don't do it. Don't do it. Just don't do it. So yeah, wanted to comment on that a little bit because I know people are talking about that the viral thing came out. It's sort of viral, I guess, right? It went sort of viral, right? It sort of went everywhere. Sort of viral, not like I don't think it was. I don't know. I think it was like hundreds of thousands of views. The one I'm not sure about millions, but it was you it got spread around. Um, and yeah, like I just wanted to watch the actual like nobody had talking about it and pausing it a million times. I just watched it and yeah, just the whole time she like literally she is just trying to get a phone call, trying to get a phone call, trying to get a phone call, trying to get a phone call. She had drugs. She had drugs. She had to use the bathroom. Yeah. I wonder where they were. I didn't see too many female cops present. Wonder wonder where she had those stashed. That's the point. They have to they can't have the guys do that anymore. Men cop a male cop usually isn't even allowed to pat you down anymore. Usually. No, they have to detain you and just hope that you don't have any like that's terrible. I feel bad for that. That's horrible. Some of these bitches are cray. They be cray. They're cutting the seat belt because their hands are behind them. Yeah. Well, they're not gonna go anywhere. They're just gonna cut the seatbelt and not be able to do much of anything, but it is still a hazard. So I don't agree with that. Look, I mean, if it'd be one thing if the guy, like, when somebody, like, you can tell they got body cams. Come on, like, if the guy literally is just frisking, he's not focused on that anyway. He doesn't care about that. Oh God. To actually think, like, I mean, I guess you have the bad guy once in a while, but, like, for the most part, like, just to actually pretend like that's what they're thinking about, like, no, no, they just want they want to make sure you don't have weapons. Drugs that they're gonna get in trouble for if you if you OD in their prison cell, you know? Um, no, I don't know. I just the way she was acting, wanting the phone call, she wants to talk to dad, and then all of a sudden out of nowhere, she's real friendly with him, and then, like, sort of shortly right after that conversation, I have to go to the bathroom really, really bad. Just all of a sudden, really bad. All of a sudden, really bad. All of a sudden, really, really, really bad. I mean, it can happen. Usually doesn't happen to somebody of that age. Usually in your 20s, you don't you can you can deal with it a little bit. Um some people can't. They can't. Um and for women it's a little different, it is. But I just, man, that was really kind of like suspicious, obvious behavior. Um So I would have just used the one female officer there and make sure she's completely searched after unaliving somebody in a drunk driving accident. I would absolutely make sure that the female officer does what she is there to do. It sucks, but you got to do it. It's like the guy. It's like the guy from Beavis and Butthead Do America, right? Full body cavity search, sir. Remember, he just wouldn't take no for an answer. Everybody that he stopped is just the smallest submit amount of suspicion. Full body cavity search. I want everything cleaned and searched. I was like, what the hell? This guy. That was so funny. I loved that gag. That was so funny. Just every little tiny just the smallest little infraction. Wasn't it the dude? Wasn't it like their neighbor? Wasn't it he? No, I've been paying my taxes in this here country. Oh! The guy that's sort of like Hank Hill. I'll tell you what. I mean, it's the same character. That it was just like brought to life basically. But they changed it a little bit. You know, it's obviously not the same, but the same. Every W has an H. Sing what way? That was Hot Rod. You gotta love you gotta love Andy Samberg. I love Hot Rod. Have you never seen Hot Rod? That has Bill Hader in it. I know. Actually has Bill Hader in it. And uh obviously Samberg. Obviously Samberg. What the fuck's his name? The guy from Pineapple Express. I feel bad. I like him. He's really funny. Danny McBride. See, I should have known that. Wait, Amber Heard was in Pineapple Express. Wait, she was? I forgot about that. Wait, Amber Heard was in Pineapple Express? Well, that was before the whole that was before that whole scandal with Johnny Depp. Oh my god. I didn't even realize it. Oh my god. She was his stuck-up girlfriend, wasn't she? Oh my god, she was his stuck-up girlfriend. Oh my god. She played the stuck-up girlfriend. Right? That's who she was, right? I think so. Yeah, because that was the lady cop. Wow, it's been a while. I don't like watch it for like all the time or anything. It is really funny though. I actually really liked that movie. One of the better, one of the better like um you know movies like that. Cheech and Chong are actually funny though too. I love Cheech and Chong. Well, aren't they like first of all, Cheech Marin's dad was like a cop for like ever, right? So just put that out there. I'm just throwing that out there. It's not like they did that stuff, without proper precautions and safety measures and stuff like that. No, I mean like they really filmed those movies properly and stuff like that. I just think they're class act. I do. I always liked them and I liked Cheech Marin in Desperado too. He was the bartender in Desperado. I liked those movies. But what was it? The one line, it was really funny. What did he say? The one it was something like they're doing their normal thing and they're like, just out of their minds and their eyes are bulging and stuff like that. And he's cruising. Doesn't he say something like man, it feels like we're going so fast or something like that? He's like, I don't know, slow down, man, or something. It's kind of something like that, right? It was something like that. I just remember it being really funny. And then like they zoomed out and the car's like moving like this. Like they're just going like people are beeping at them because they're not going fast enough. And I'm like, yep, yeah. It's so it's so funny. It's so funny. And then well, just how they met, in those movies where he just needs a ride and Cheech just shows up and gives him a ride. He's just standing alongside the road, right? Pretty sure. No, it was what was that, Up in Smoke, right? Forget. But no, those were really funny. I always liked them. You gotta love Cheech and Chong, man. They're so funny. Like there's very rarely a time I'm not laughing. I remember too, like the cop pulls him over and he's like freaking out, and he's like, "Can I see your license?" Oh, it's on the back. It's on the back. It's on the back of the car. Just take a look. Yeah, yeah. Cheech and Chong, man. And then like the beginning of the movie starts off with him like He walks out, this music's playing, this upbeat music, and he's like fixing his car like it's like his baby, you know, like, and he's got it's a piece of junk, like just the the junkiest fall apart any second car you've ever seen, and he's just like going around this thing like really like fixing this like adjusting that, and he's like doing it like all like he cares so much about it and stuff like that, and I just love it. I love he's got what doesn't he have like the fuzzy car seats and stuff like that too? He's got the little things hanging from the window. But like he just like the thing's such a piece of shit. Like like he goes around and does all this and then he starts it up and it's just a piece of junk. Sounds like shit. Drives slow, probably barely moves. But he's just going around doing that. So that's the introduction to Cheech Marin, and then he's driving down the road and obviously sees him sitting there, picks him up. And then he's got like this really big That's like how they're just funny. I know, it totally makes sense that you'd remove a like right then. Normal people sit and remove likes, and that's normal adult behavior. Normal. Normal adult behavior. Do you remember when I almost called him Riker? He's just Riker. Do you remember when Jonathan Frakes hosted was it it was like a fact or fiction type show. I forget what it is exactly called. But he hosted this I used to watch it all the time. And I loved it cuz it was very informative. But now you just look the shit up on the internet before the show finishes. But the whole purpose of the show is that it's the whole thing's a cliffhanger. He presents you with a mystery, and they slowly solve it throughout the show, and then answer whether it was fact or fiction, what actually happened or not. And hold on, hold on. Yeah, yeah, there it is. Jonathan Frakes telling you you're wrong for 47 seconds. Huge viral video. Like somebody just geniusly titled it that. And it's super funny. Look what this does because it's not active window. This is how trash Windows is. Look, it completely freezes just because it's not active window. What trash? What garbage? I don't even have anything maximized. Nothing's maximized. It was literally because the other one was covering the other window. So trash. So here it is. Hold on. There you go. Jonathan Frakes telling you you're wrong for 47 seconds. It's false. No way. Not this time. Fiction. Didn't happen. It just line them together. It's so funny. How did you explain the chocolate? Dude is a walking meme. Like, I love Riker. Riker memes are amazing. Riker memes are amazing. I do realize that some of those steal from other memes, but I like the Riker memes. I like the one where they took it from like a really weird episode of Star Trek where like nothing makes sense. And yeah, like the picture looks like AI or something weird. So like that's why it works. It looks like they just sort of made it. No, the one where he's running away on the bottom, where he's like there in the front and running away. That's real. That happened on the show. The show is a sci-fi show after all. Yeah, like something, wasn't there a foreign entity taking control of the ship? It's something like that. It was something like that. Something was taking control of the ship, and what they were experiencing wasn't real. It was just some really weird crap happening. Some of those episodes I was just like, what the heck? But it was good. You know, like you love that stuff. That's what science fiction is. The genius of the X-Files, right? Didn't happen. Jonathan Frakes keeps asking you to take things. Apparently, there's like a 18-second one of him compiled from the show. Like this is just great. Like they don't even. Oh, there's one where it's the other way. Jonathan Frakes telling you you're right for 41 seconds. For 41 seconds. So that's great. 1.7 million on that. So literally like literally like three and a half times the amount basically you know that it is to tell you that you're right, that it is to tell you you're wrong. What the hell? People love to hear that they're being told wrong, apparently. Didn't happen. Jonathan Frakes asks you things. 48 seconds. That one has 5 million views. 4.9. Oh, this is gold. Like I love this shit. This is gold. Like this is what the internet was invented for. This Jonathan Frakes memes. Sorry, Jonathan Frakes memes. Sorry. His name is plural. Permanently plural. He is Jonathan Frakes. The condition of being all of which is Jonathan Frakes. You just gotta love the guy. He's so cool. He's probably the cool. If Patrick Stewart's the most badass dude ever, Jonathan Frakes like the coolest dude ever. Basically. So here's what they should do. Since they're bringing Xavier back with Patrick Stewart playing him for you know, the Doctor Doom stuff for what's coming, Avengers Doomsday. They should totally have Jonathan Frakes come in and play his like assistant or something. Like and he has to call him number one. Like have it, it would be so funny. Everybody's gonna burst into laughter. There's so many Star Trek nerds that watch Marvel. You have no idea. Trust me. They love it because it's real science. Marvel uses real science. That's why it's amazing. Marvel actually got time right, while no other movie or TV show ever has. Ever. Well, actually, Star Trek got it right too, but that's pretty much it. Isn't that crazy? Yeah, isn't that nuts? Yeah. So, yeah, time is necessarily linear. That's the point. Necessarily. It is for you and me on this plane of existence. It's not linear. Not like as a generalization. Oh my god, Jonathan Frakes, he needs to do that. Just like his assistant character, you know, because he is in a wheelchair. And he would have assistants and stuff. He's a rich dude. He runs the school, you know, and he's a CEO, and yeah, he has all this stuff. That would be brilliant. Maybe even you could even have him as like a butler or something. I don't, you know, just he has to call him number one. Okay, he has to call him number one, just to hear Patrick Stewart say that out loud to Jonathan Frakes on screen. You're using your cameos properly. That's how you use a cameo appearance. That is how you use Ryan Reynolds. What Deadpool, what Wolverine versus Deadpool did with all those cameos. Brilliant. And now I can't wait for Gambit. I love Gambit. He's my favorite X-Man. Love him. I know everybody loves Wolverine. Surprisingly, I don't. Not my favorite. I love Wolverine. I do, but he's not my favorite. Gambit always was. So just Channing Tatum. I've always wanted him to play him. Ever since I found out about it way back, I wanted it. Okay, so when they brought him in for this, amazing. Amazing. Because I knew he would nail it. I knew he would nail it. So, look, I mean, Gambit's certainly a character. He is. But so is Channing Tatum. So, yeah, I think that was good casting. And, anyway. I think that'd be cool to have him do a cameo like that. So like Bruce Campbell showed up all throughout Sam Raimi's Doctor Strange movie, because as you know, Bruce Campbell, well, he's Ash, man. Yeah, he's Ash, man. He is the guy in the Evil Dead movie. See, I like Army of Darkness. Army of Darkness, so funny. I laughed like all the way through that. Like, I loved that movie. It doesn't take itself seriously. See, I think the first one just didn't know what it was gonna do yet. And then Army of Darkness, that they nailed it. But Bruce Campbell is a legend, and the reason he's a legend is because he had a shit movie most of the time, and just literally the most badass dude you will ever see in a shit movie. You're like, oh my god, I just want to watch him. He's fucking amazing. That's Bruce Campbell, and that's why he's a legend. I mean, similarly to Chuck Norris and a lot of these other people that have done it too, where they're just such a legend. They climb their way in. You know, I personally think that the movie, if you remember Kung Fury, I've talked about this before. Kung Fury 2 isn't, did they finally release it? That's coming out. I loved Kung Fury so much. And Michael Fassbender is like the funniest character in this next one. And that dude from Kung Fury should be like tippy top of anything. That dude is, I seriously, sincerely, nobody, not even the guy, and I liked Kung Pao. I loved it. I loved the guy that did it. No offense to him. I love you, man. But this guy, he upstaged you a little bit, and I think that's okay to say that. This guy is so eerily fucking good at playing just this badass character that at the same time delivers these really cheesy one-liners that like just the dumbest shit you've ever heard in your entire life. And he nails it. He just fucking nails it. And you're just like you're just laughing your ass off or staring at the screen intently. I'm dead serious. Kung Fury, it's right on YouTube. Just go watch it. He literally defeats Hitler using kung fu. Yep, he defeats the Nazis and Hitler using kung fu. He has Triceracop is his partner. His partner's name is Triceracop. Yeah, I'm a cop. That's what he says. I'm a cop. Except he's better at it. All right. Little bit of a spoiler, but this is going to make you go watch the movie. It's the very first scene, okay? All you need to know is the very first scene, this guy literally drives his fucking car out of something, climbs out of it, gets on the fucking hood while it's in the air, and then jumps on the fucking giant arcade machine that's wreaking havoc. So listen, that's already badass enough, and if it's not badass enough, go watch the music video that David Hasselhoff did, where David Hasselhoff literally did an entire fucking music video based on that and based on the comedy. And one of the funniest moments is right in the beginning when he literally like, doesn't he skateboard in? And then somebody pulls up beside him and makes fun of him, and he literally hits the bottom of his skateboard and it flips their car. I'm trying so hard right now not to laugh my ass off, right? It is the funniest fucking shit you will ever see. It is so funny. It is so fucking funny. It's not even what just happened? Oh fuck. What the fuck? Oh, Windows, god damn it. Hold on. My second screen just went off. Hold on. Windows is trash. Man, Windows is trash. It didn't even come unplugged. It literally just turned off. So, hold on. Give me a sec. Let me document some here. Look at how this is randomly selecting things and I'm not doing that. So somebody's hacking. So it's a monitor hack. See how this mouse is selecting things even though I'm not? I'm single clicking and it's selecting all this. That's a monitor hack actually. It means they hacked the monitor. Yeah, because I can't unselect this. It's permanently selected. I physically can't do it. So somebody has control of my mouse. Hold on. Yep, they hacked every USB device. Can't use my keyboard, can't use my mouse, can't use, well, really anything. Everything is incorrect. So I'm going to show you essentially what's happening here. Give me a sec. So every single one of my mouse presses counts as a selection, and every single one of my keyboard buttons that I press is now a bunch of jumbled mess. So again, I will have to, like, literally, if I even push the H key, it just randomly um does a shortcut. So it's permanently, like, he's sitting here trying to actually, like, hack everything and figure everything out. So what I'm going to do is document that this happened, and send the documentation on over to my technology lawyer and let him know that all at once on stream every one of my devices, including my second monitor, all at once became useless. My mouse, my keyboard, and my second monitor completely went off all at the same time and became completely useless. Again, while I was sitting here talking and having a positive, good stream, laughing, bringing trending in and stuff like that. So again, you know, literally just trying to do things, again, where we're having a positive stream, we're having a good, nice, positive stream. And the very second that we're having a nice, good, positive stream, they are literally sitting here disrupting that by, essentially hacking a keyboard, a mouse, so that, again, they can sit here and cause problems for the browser, for everything that I'm doing. And as I was saying that just now, as I was saying that just now, that is what they did. As I was saying that just now, that is what they did. Yeah, so if you remember, the scam is to make you think that I have wiring issues or something like that. They have hacked my motherboard. They're literally hacking the USB controller. So again, just very consistently, they are hacking the USB controller in my motherboard because I'm running several. Wow. Wow. I'm having an issue where after talking about Donald Trump on stream, I'm having a bunch of hacks. None of my USB devices plug in and work anymore. Everything is broken on my machine. Everything. I physically can't use anything. And they just unmuted my mic randomly right as I was talking to you on the phone saying that. So I'm just letting you know that. Hold on. Hold on. So basically, what they're doing is they're taking control of the USB controller, and they're sitting here and running too much power through the devices. So I have an actual tester for this, and they're running too much power through the devices, so the devices surge, and they're trying to break everything. So again, my keyboard is probably broken. I will report this to my technology lawyer, and we will file a massive lawsuit against the state of Pennsylvania, against YouTube, and against the stalker that's doing this. Again, hitting the emoji button in my chat conveniently right as we're talking about this. So just so you can see how many times they did that after trying to disable my ability to put it on your screen, they were sitting here and trying to do this many times while disabling my ability to put it on the screen. That's what they just did. And you see, as I say something important, they do it again. Yep. Literally, again, you see it. It's right fucking there. It hasn't changed. It's right there. And are you watching this too? Oh, okay. Yeah, you should. Yeah, look at this. Yep. Yeah. So yeah. So you see this then, right? Okay, hold on. So yeah, hold on. So again, like what we're discussing is every time I say something important about Donald Trump or something like that, like again, we're clearly reaching an audience here. They're literally just fucking doing this the very second that I do. Very second that I say anything at all, really important. We see this cut out where I'm telling you exactly what they're doing. So they wanted to do this a shitload of fucking times to try to hack my PC and make it not run like they have been doing to OBS. So this is, again, this is what I'm going to do. I am going to contact the FBI again. And if the FBI does not investigate this, I will be filing a massive lawsuit against the Trump administration. There's no question that they are doing this. No question. No question. And why? Because I literally sat here and said I can see your IP address when you sit here and you fucking spam the confetti. That's why. Doesn't mean that it's legal and valid. The president of the United States can't sit here and literally just randomly hack people. Can't do it. Physically is not allowed to do it. Literally illegal. And if I find out that he's doing it, again, I will file a massive lawsuit and he'll fucking be killed. It's literally that simple. He's going to just die. Yeah, it's literally that basic. That's what's going to happen. Just like you see here, where he's clearly attacking me because they're the ones sitting here doing this shit. So that's all that's going to happen. I'm going to file a massive lawsuit. And somebody's going to fucking just unalive Trump. They've tried 8,000 times already. Yep, that's all that's going to happen. Yep. Just out of curiosity, what is it that you think you're doing when the thing's on the screen? What do you think you're doing when the thing's on the screen? Just out of curiosity. Oh, that's right. You tried to hack it so it wasn't. Remember when my second screen went off? And they're so dumb, they thought that would somehow do something. What's that going to do? Why are you so stupid? Like what is it about what you're doing that you don't realize how fucking stupid you are? Yep. Windows is permanently broken, by the way. Like this is actually a problem with Windows now. It's selecting everything I press in OBS. Everything. I have to unselect things from the list. If I left click anything in OBS, it just selects everything. So again, I'm going to confirm that this happens. Yes, this happens with everything in Windows. So again, I can't left click on anything. I physically cannot. It just selects it along with everything else. So I'll be continuing my conversation with my lawyer here as we continue to document everything the piece of trash Trump administration is doing to attack innocent civilians. And again, what we're going to do is we're going to put Trump literally in jail where he belongs. He belongs 6 feet under. He belongs dead. Here's an example of a time where they removed thousands of views. If you look at this, we have an AI space pictures for sleep, and it gets 1,000 views, and then there's an Elden Ring stream after that, 1.1. Well, if we go to the next one, we'll see that 1,000 views literally was removed within 4 hours after this was posted from that first stream. And the other Elden Ring stream proceeded to gain more views. Oh, wow, that's actually really fascinating that happened. I wonder why that would happen. I wonder, why they would remove over 1,000 views. So again, my Elden Ring stream, 1.5 thousand. Literally lying with the view removal on the previous one, literally just taking them off. Oh, but if we go to the next one, oh, look at that. They have all come off. The 1.5 thousand is now 59 views. Right there it is. So again, for the people who can't see, there's your 1,000 and your 1.1 thousand. And then 4 hours after this, that 1,000 was gone. And the other one sort of gained about 400 or so. And then, well, after that, then it was removed. 2 days later, that same stream was reduced to 55 views. And as you can see, that new Elden Ring stream now has 1,000. So they did this again. If you saw it break up right when I pointed out that this Elden Ring stream gained 1,000 views, and then sort of kind of like right when I brought this up on the screen to show you just how many views they're removing. Okay, so I mean, these are literal lies. This is what happens to all these streams. Okay, even that other one, Forza Horizon 6, so freaking good, that had thousands as well. Here's one. Horizon 6 is out, Windows is garbage. 1.8 thousand. Horizon 6 is out, Windows is garbage. 1.8 thousand. Oh, so we get all those views just for them to remove them. Yep. And then there's the so freaking good at 1.1 thousand. You already saw that was taken off. But there's this Horizon 6 is out, Windows is garbage at only 100 views when you just saw that was over 1,000, 1.8, almost 2,000. And now here's that so freaking good at 1.1 thousand when we know that came off later. At this point, see, there's the 103 completely halted on that other one, where that other one was going to gain views regardless. So they halted the view count. 103, halted it. Because it was gaining views. So that's why some of these are taken down to like the 40s, and it looks really bad. Because literally they will halt the view progress if it continues even gaining even more after. So they're literally just doing everything they can. Our channel is so entertaining that they're doing everything that they can to throw shade on this, and there's just all these fucking people trying to watch all the time. Absolute garbage. Absolute garbage. Here is a screenshot of the space stream from YouTube itself, from the player itself. Right there, it says it, 1,049. Interesting. I thought 4 hours after the fact, it lost its views. Look at this. 4 hours after the fact, it says 34. Why does it say 34 4 hours there? if you are lying. Why does it say that? If 14 hours after it says something different, it says thousands at the player. Because you're removing them and you're lying. And you're only processing the stream after the views get time to literally be removed. Then the scammer that works for YouTube processes the stream like they should after removing all the views and stealing them. Then they do it. Why do you think they're being this aggressive about it? Because they're getting caught. Why are these halted? Why aren't these going anywhere? Why did all of my devices just become useless all at the same time? Why did this happen? Why are we trying to pretend that this is like some sort of driver problem when it's clearly not? You know, you're not shifting the bit rate around. You're hacking the browser. You're literally hacking the browser like a fucking retard. Ridiculous. Absurd. 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 To have to deal with that. Absurd. That's ridiculous. Yeah, Donald Trump's a complete asshole. He's a piece of trash. Why are we playing around with likes right when I say that? Why are we playing around with likes? Why are we doing that? Because he's a piece of trash. Because he's a piece of trash that deserves to die for his crimes. You know, an eye for an eye, man. This guy is unalived so many young like literally children. He has unalived children in Iran. An entire school all at once. What the fuck are you doing? What is this? Where the modern president of the United States is such an incompetent piece of trash that it's overlooked that, you know, he just randomly bombs an entire school full of children. Just bombs it. Oh, it's fine. People don't care. They'll vote for me anyway. We have the best. People are saying it's the best it's ever been. This is the best numbers they've ever seen, the best economy they've ever seen, the best of this they've ever seen. Yeah? Yeah? How about your eyes? How about anything else about you that's literally just subpar fucking garbage bullshit? None of it's ever any good. I could literally push you with one finger and you'd fall over like a fucking retard. Yep, I could literally I could breathe on you and you'd fall over. Yep. That, like, this guy is withering in front of us. He's putting orange shit all over his face to make himself look more youthful. Yeah, you turn into a white, veiny, old-looking man. You're 80. Time to start acting like it. Yeah, because you were like 50-something when you were, you know, palling around with Epstein at his inappropriate parties and shit like that. You were like 50-something. You disgusting old fucking man. You piece of shit. I wonder how many women you randomly assaulted and took advantage of just at a party. You fucking piece of trash. So like when you are the closest to Epstein that anybody knows about. Your name lines up with his so fucking many times. And when asked about this guy that was literally guilty of literal sex trafficking, he had an island just for that. This piece of trash. He used to kidnap women way too young and just keep them there. This is what we're talking about. We're talking about the filth that is Jeffrey Epstein and how Trump is literally his closest friend, appeared to have been his closest friend. And when asked about it several thousand times, I plead the fifth. I don't want to answer. I plead the fifth. I don't want to answer. Do you know why somebody does that? Because when they can do that when the answer would incriminate them. Why would answering questions about whether you knew Jeffrey Epstein incriminate you if you didn't have anything to do with it? You know what I'm saying? Like, it's not like he was surprised by this and they caught him off guard. You know, cops do that. No, like this was all planned. He knew about it and had time to prepare. He's got expensive lawyers. Yeah. He knows everything that's going to be asked. And beforehand, he had decided upon all those different times. I plead the fifth. 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 This is all planned. What a joke. When you're interrogated, do you know about it? No. Nope. They lie to you, manipulate you, fool you. If anything, they're trying to make something look a certain way. They don't fucking care. But meanwhile, this guy has enough money that his lawyer just goes in there and goes, I want to see everything before you ask it. Because he can do that. So here's my thing. In this country, when lawyers that are rich can go around normal checks and balances, that's a goddamn fucking problem. That lawyer can do that because he's been doing that with himself for too long. That's the problem. So, do you want to know who's on YouTube manipulating and lying and fucking around with people? Lawyers. A lot of them. Yep. Because they can. Interesting, isn't it? I personally think some lawyers need to lose their license to practice law. I personally think that Donald Trump should not be allowed to have a lawyer. All his rights are waived because he doesn't respect any of yours or ours. He is violating everyone's rights every day with FLoC and ICE. ICE violates your rights and blatantly makes you feel unsettled. I mean, for crying out loud, we got retards flying flags at half staff just because, you know, law enforcement. And again, I'm not saying that sometimes when a service member, you know, something like that, but again, this is typically to respect, you know, where like everybody in the area, everybody in the country would be feeling this. It's not just because, you know, Lindsey Graham. Nobody gives a fuck about Lindsey Graham. Literally nobody gives a fuck about Lindsey Graham. Nobody fucking cares. And if you gave a fuck about Lindsey Graham, you're stupid. You probably got a shitload of money for working for his office. That's probably why you're forced to care about Lindsey Graham. Sorry, but you're an idiot. Guys, as slimy as they come. So is McConnell. Interesting how both their seats are sort of just randomly, and their pinnacle key roles too, where they were loyalist positions for Trump. Interesting. Almost like maybe they're going to speak out against him. They're going to change their mind and they're forced not to. So I'm just letting you know. All right? I'm 100% putting it out there, okay? If a random fucking guy shows up at your house claiming to be the feds and says, "We don't like that you're saying this, yada, 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 blah, 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 blah," do you know what you do? Do you know what you do? Call them on their bluff. This is all intimidation. Yep. They cannot, will not, and legally are not allowed to do anything to a U.S. citizen based on things they say. You can actually say out loud that you want to assassinate the president. You can say that. It's not illegal. You can't do it when you're, like, in D.C. Like, don't do that in D.C. Don't sit here and say, you know, and make a habit of being, like, regular. Like, people know I don't actually, you know what I mean? Like, I've already dismissed, you know, harm and stuff like that shouldn't happen. But my whole point is, like, you know, obviously health ailments, he needs to just die. But no, like, the whole point is that, like, they are manipulating. They want to try to get people to say, you know, bend that line so they can actually charge somebody for free speech issue, and then this becomes a thing. That's what they're trying to do. It's not actually a thing, though. So Trump bases a lot of what he does based on things I say. Now, that was one of the things I said that's not true. Yep. And I baited this fucker to sit here and endlessly try, but he can't. I could have literally sat here and said that I wanted to be the one too and all that. With nothing, he can't do anything. I have no intent to actually, you know what I mean? Like when they would actually look into it, they'd find that there's zero intent to do it. There's no plan to do it. I'm just saying it. So it's just a guy saying it. There's no crime that's committed. And not only that, can't charge somebody with something if they didn't commit a crime. Speaking words isn't a crime. Any word, any. Now, if you yell fire in a crowded place and you get people to evacuate a building, okay, you there's a little bit of a difference between doing it to instead of you know, like people to group together and do something. Okay, that is different. Okay, yeah, that is different. Um, it's not even what Asmongold said. No, he just said that he would shoot them. Like essentially, if he was in that position, he would have no qualms about like he would do what he's supposed to do. Even he's not sitting here. I think that's what I'm saying. Like at no point did he say, you know, I think people should go, you know, all yeah, like he didn't. He just sort of unfortunately agreed with it. Um, and said that he would. Now, again, this doesn't egg you on. This is in no way motivating you to do anything, okay? It's not. So why would you follow that lead? Why'd you do that? What if you jumped off a bridge? Did you follow him there? Wow! Yeah. Yeah. Exactly. Triple meaning. This is a smart joke. Triple meaning. That had layers. This is like, do you ever see like that thing where it's like triple chocolate? What the fuck is that? Triple chocolate? Like, what? Chocolate and chocolate and chocolate? Oh, okay. So the person's gonna die if they eat that. Okay, got it. Heart attack. Got it. You know what I'm saying? Why do you do that? It's never good. Don't do it. Is there like when you put chocolate chunks in cookies? I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I wanted to eat a cookie. I didn't want to eat chocolate chunks. I'm sorry. You don't understand portions. Are you the retard that eats the marshmallow cereal too? You never got out of that phase? You eat the fucking marshmallow? Is that do you do that too? Shit's gross. It's a bowl of sugar when you're done. It's a bowl of dairy sugar when you're done. And you're like, oh, I'm gonna drink it. It's milk. It's good for me. Not like that. You just changed it. Not like that. It's different. There's a different effect on the body than drinking cold milk. Totally different. It is. You get that, right? Your body has to do that. So if you drink the cold milk by itself, your body doesn't have to do anything. You drink the milk with all that sugar and all that shit in it, your kidneys are gonna be like, oh, what the heck is this? Oh man, this guy. Are you kidding? Man, go to sleep or something. Just go to sleep. It's gonna make you tired. Yeah, because it needs to. It needs the energy. You didn't put that in yourself. You just ate some fucking frosted whatever. Sugar. Frosted sugar. and then we're like, milk. You're like, yep. Hearty breakfast. Like, I mean, dude, Honey Nut Cheerios, you can get away with that. Yeah, like the people that are like, oh, I eat cereal for breakfast. So you starve yourself for half the day. And the most important meal of the day, too. For crying out loud. I'm not talking about Honey Nut Cheerios. No. I'm not talking about that. I'm not talking about the healthy ones. I'm talking about the ones that are fucking Cocoa Pebbles. What is that? Let's make sure they have diabetes by the time they're 50. Let's make sure of it. You know, that's what does that, right? Instead of eating healthy while you were growing, you ate a bunch of fucking cereal, a bunch of this, a bunch of that. One day, that'll catch up. Because your blood vessels didn't develop properly. That's literally all it is. Your blood vessels literally didn't develop properly. They're supposed to dilate more. And you were just at a young age while they're trying to grow, you're just jamming all this sugar in there. Because nobody stopped you. Now again, some people can eat whatever the hell they want and they will just, you're fine, okay? Some people can do that. This is like the stupid and this is like the average and smart intelligence. Stop this. Some of y'all just, you never should touch fast food ever in your entire life. You are fat and you shouldn't touch it. It's sort of like fat people and alcohol. Just a recipe for disaster. There's already so many toxins in your system from being fat. You do know that's toxin, right? Fat stores toxins. Fat cells. Like, literally, it's just sitting in there. Like, it's just a bunch of shit. Yeah, that's your reserves. But because the body is making a mistake, it's saving too much because something's wrong. Okay? Why? Again, like some people actually have problems, and some of it, a lot of it, I think that's what it was, where it's like, man, while you were growing, somebody didn't, like stop it with the soda or something like that. Believe it or not, I actually had a limit. I did. Yeah. Um, I never drank. I'll be honest. I never drank water though when I was growing up. Like never, and I should have. Um, listen, I drank juice though. Lots of juice. Honestly, it was those 3-liter bottles of A-Treat. Remember A-Treat? Back in the day, I swear to God, it wasn't expensive. Back in the day, I swear to God, those were 89 cents. The 3 liters were actually cheaper than the name brand 2 liters. I was like, oh, heck yeah. Yeah, and they were like, you can get as many of those as you want. That's fine. It just, I couldn't, because then when I did, then it would fill up the fridge and they couldn't put anything. They're big. So the one day I got too many and literally filled the entire fridge. Because I filled up the cart. I stood them up and filled. It was too much. So, just realize that's an extra liter, and that's what I, obviously wasn't doing. But, the main thing is, did you eat Pop-Tarts? I hope not. Listen, there's not wrong once in a while with treating yourself to a little Pop-Tart or something like that. Okay? But please, please, for the love of God, this is not your go-to breakfast. What are you doing to your body, man? Like, you must be dead tired by the time lunchtime rolls around. You must be just dead tired. No energy. You know what you should eat for breakfast? What you eat for dinner, actually. We do it. We're backwards, and we're stupid here. Yeah, you're supposed to eat protein. So like eggs are fine for the most part. But most people like it's too greasy. Most people like they want pancakes, waffles. This is the worst fucking shit to be eaten in the morning because you're putting syrup all over that. And syrup in Donald Trump's country, remember that ain't fucking syrup. Who the fuck knows what's in there? They're putting syrup in there and saying it's maple syrup, but um, it's corn syrup. Yeah, just like the honey. 90% of the honey that you find is corn syrup. Under Trump. Again, Obama did away with that. He actually intervened with stuff like that. Frozen chicken nuggets, Kool-Aid, ketchup. The most random shit was literally processed corn product. This is the first ingredient in everything. And Obama, when he came into office, he started doing things about that. That's preventive health, man. Like, that's important stuff. I appreciated that. That was awesome. And it even trickled into the fast food where they felt pressured to do it. If you remember, people getting healthier. Remember the grilled chicken and all that, just like a real piece of actual chicken and it's grilled. It's not fried. Yeah. Salads. Now again, listen. Stop it with this. If you're dieting, please, for the love of God, do not go, oh, I just eat a salad. What are you doing? That better be a chicken Caesar salad. There better be chicken in there. You need protein. Nuts, like grains, bread, fruit, vegetables, meat. You have to get your protein. Have to. These are your whole foods. Oh, why is there a Whole Foods or why is there Whole Food Cylinder? Why do I use canned green beans? Because I'm fucking lazy and I don't want to use fresh green beans. It's a pain in the ass. Green beans are a literal pain in the ass and I hate them. And if we can, whatever. They're already cut. I don't give a shit. Yep. Green beans, I don't care. Corn's pretty easy. You just boil that shit. And if you don't even want it on the cob, guys, guess what? Guess what? Guess what? They invented these things called kitchen knives. I know. And you can just take it and run it along the corn, and all of it just comes right off. Yeah. Yeah. But remember, you gotta actually cook it, you know. Don't be a moron. And corn is good for you, just not processed corn product. A lot of people underestimate carrots. Carrots are good. If you like sweet things and you want to eat carrots, here's what I do. Okay? You don't have to worry about what you eat. Okay, you're out there, you don't worry. You want carrots? Butter, brown sugar. Just a little, not a ton of brown sugar, but butter, brown sugar. Um you want to you sort of caramelize caramelize them. You want to caramelize them in the pan with the butter. Again, you don't want that to be like really hot or anything. You're not cooking carrots. You're not burning carrots, okay? Those should be tender. They should fall apart in your mouth. And it should be sweet, buttery. Yeah, that'll be a bit fattening. Okay, that's not for the people that are dieting, okay? I'm just saying, you want carrots, there's options, man. I happen to like green beans, but sometimes yeah, they're a little bland. A little salt and butter fixes that shit right up. Just a little bit of, just a little tiny, not even like a whole tablespoon, maybe just like a little square off the end. Stick it right in the middle, cover it up. And it'll be like melted in like a minute. And then you can start stir it around. Beautiful. Beautiful. That's all it needs. Doesn't need anything else. Green beans, leave them alone. They will give you flavor. They are full of it. And not too much butter with them. Seriously, very, very minute amount. That'll go a long way with green beans. It will. Yeah, I cook I have what is seafood eat? I have so again, I don't use the real maybe we'll do a video for you guys. Um I use real sausage, okay? But some of you get the real sausage and you don't know how to cook it. Part of that is because you don't know how to prepare it. Okay? So 100%, I'm going to tell you right now, if you're not cutting the curing off of the sausage, that will be rubbery and overcooked every fucking time. You'll have to cook it more just to cook it. Be rubbery and undercooked, and you're eating the casing. Just cut it off. So do we need to make a video? Well, maybe we can make a video. And don't eat scrambled eggs. All right, you want to go to the gym and stuff? Don't eat scrambled eggs. It's fattening. Fry them. Don't scramble them. Crack them in the pan. Pop the yolk. You know, sunny side up. That can be, you know, dippy. That can be fattening. Crack the yolk, like puncture it so that it spreads out and cooks. Fry it. A little bit of salt. Delicious. Those are your egg whites. You get a lot of protein out of that. And it's good too, man. You'll feel like $1 million. Highly recommend some cantaloupe or something like that as a side. In the morning, don't have dessert because the rest of your day, your body's going to be trying to get rid of that. You want fruit. Watermelon, cantaloupe. Strawberries are good too if you like strawberries. Blueberries can be a little filling in the morning, so try not to do too many blueberries. That can upset your stomach. I wouldn't do blueberries. Like blueberry pancakes and stuff like. I wouldn't. Bananas. You know, one of the best breakfasts to have, oatmeal with whole banana. You just cut up slices of banana, put it in the oatmeal. You know, like maybe even like apple and cinnamon oatmeal, and then you put the bananas in. Oh, it's so good. It makes the banana like sort of fall apart, and it's good, and you eat it. It's good stuff, man. And don't underestimate homemade oatmeal either. It's way better than the shit in that bag. You know, like the little bags and stuff. Yeah, the instant oatmeal is instant. It's exactly like when you get. All right, so you know the difference between when you cook macaroni and cheese, like you either bake it or you actually make it, versus a little microwave cup, right? That's sort of the difference between getting an actual thing of oats, making it yourself, and then versus using just like the packages out of the box. No, they're smaller. Like you're not getting the like all the big dense pieces and all that. Like trust me, it's a very small amount, and it's not very filling, you know. So plus you can do your own thing with that. Something I do, but maybe that's a different day. You can make oatmeal really nice and fluffy. But yeah, bananas, strawberries, they're really good for oatmeal. Apples too. Peaches. Even a pear would probably work. Lots of juice though. I love pears. You gotta love pears, man. You ever had a good pear? Don't eat a pear. See, a pear, I feel like people that don't like fruit, I feel like you're eating not soft fruit. You know, when you go to the store and you pick up a piece of fruit like an apple or a pear, if you can't push your thumb and indent it a little bit, like it's really hard, that's not ripe. It's gonna be sour. It's that simple. You move on. You know, like you can buy that, but that you don't eat that first. Maybe buy it, get a few more that are more ripe, eat that one on like the second or third day. That's how this stuff works. Like bananas. When you buy bananas, if you buy bananas and they're all yellow and shit, literally tomorrow they're rotten. Because bananas are ready to eat when they're yellow. They do not last beyond that. They don't. It's sort of like a pumpkin. It has a shelf life once you sort of start carving it and stuff. Well, that would be similar to this, except pulling it off. So once you pull that bunch off, it's disconnected, and now it has a shelf life. It is sort of like a pumpkin though, where it's gonna usually be like a little green when they pull it off and gain some ripeness. So that's, just like other fruit, apples can do that, and like all these fruits do that. But again, that's the point. You get those and you don't necessarily eat them right away. You get one ripe one for now, and you do your best. And sometimes there's some rotten spots. A little brown spot on a piece of fruit when you bite into it, it's not gonna hurt you. It's not. It's just not gonna hurt you. It's not. Isn't that crazy? Yeah, think about it. You can't eat rotten anything, but a fruit, technically speaking, unless the whole thing has like mold or rot on it, for the most part, yeah, like if you eat a whole thing and it's like sort of brown a little bit, it's probably give you an upset stomach. It's just really ripe, very sweet, really ripe, really rich. Probably just give you an upset stomach. If it's moldy, yeah, all right, don't eat an ounce of that. But no, fruit is one of those things, one of those things where you actually could. Like a banana where it has a couple of those little spots and stuff. You can eat it. It's not gonna hurt anything. But yeah, they don't taste very good once they start getting to that point. So you have to sort of kind of eat them before they get the brown spots. Once they have those brown spots, that is so ripe, you're gonna peel it, and there's gonna be like a whole section that's like rotten. So, and they don't taste very good when they're rotten. It really won't hurt you though. Really won't. Like I said, just don't eat it when it's moldy. And don't wait too long. Obviously, if the whole thing looks brown, all right, you're gonna get an upset stomach. But yeah, a little spot. No. No. Did it all the time. All the time. All the time. I used to. You remember the green worms? I remember a day when like fruit was so fresh and everything was so fresh. There were many times I actually bit into an apple and there was a green worm. I swear to God, a green one of all. And I actually saw this. I'm like, wow, it's actually like the worm, like on like cartoons and shit. And he's like coming out of there, and I thought it was cool. I just bit into it when I was younger, and right there he was. The one time though, I bit into it, and it was half a worm, and I spit that shit out. That that sucked. It was a little weird. It tastes a little weird. Yep. Lost my appetite for that apple, I think. But, no, like it didn't, I still ate apples and stuff like that. And it only happened a few times. Hasn't happened in modern. Of course, I eat a lot less apples now that I can't eat. Like, I can't, like, take a bite out of one like I used to. I would just break a tooth. At this point, I'll just break one. I remember the one day when it was like, and this was like a good 10 years ago, when I was starting to realize it was getting bad. I literally broke a tooth. I was just sitting there minding my own business, chowing away. French toast. Do you know why? Because I guess there was decay where the crown was, and that was one of the times the crown came out. So like I actually broke part of the tooth, but it made it loose. And then so as I was eating the French toast, as I opened my mouth, the act of opening it, the French toast itself suctioned my crown and literally yanked it out of my mouth, and it was just like rolling around in my mouth. Luckily, I never swallowed any of them, but that'd be a bacteria nightmare. Yeah. Ugh. It's sharp too. It's a very large, sharp thing. But nope. Nope. Yeah, trust me, when you go get those things re-cemented, if a crown comes out and you get it re-cemented, you'll know, because the entire, have you ever gone to the dentist? And when you walked in, for some reason, just the whole office, even the patient room, smells literally like manure, like shit, like somebody fertilized a field. That is literally, my eyes were watering, and he wasn't even doing anything. He was just sitting there removing like the old cement so you could put new cement on there, and it just reeked that bad of bacteria because it's embedded in that cement and everything. You know, it's in there. So like it just reeked that bad of bacteria, the whole place. So if you ever go in and it smells like that, try not to give him a hard time because that's some poor sap's crown came out or something's going on where they just got there's so much bacteria and decay. That's what it smells like. They're actually drilling away at something and it's just coming off sort of into the air. Yeah. Yeah, probably should have gone in a different room and closed the door to do that. It was bothering the patient. But whatever, what do I know? He was probably like, he's probably all woke about it and be like, oh, it's his bacteria. He can smell it. It's not really mine. So I think it's pretty interesting that just all at once all that happened. And then this became very aggressive, remember? Very aggressive with this. Very, very aggressive. Yeah. That is a lot. And that had nothing to do with my end. Like I would just tell you, like I always do. I've told you when it's my fault. I've told you when it's my end. When it's just my end and not my fault. I've told you when it is again my fault. Um, we've talked before about how something happened and I thought it was that and just wasn't. That's all. So like the point is the scammer. The problem with admitting that is the scammer will use that to hide what they're doing. They'll use that as a scapegoat, like that thing as a scapegoat. Like this person probably didn't even know what scapegoat meant until I taught him. That's why you need to teach this stuff when they're young in school. I learned scapegoat. It was literally in my history book. It was a term in my history book. No, it's not from a Seven Dust song. That's not where I know it. Yes, it is, but it's not where I know it from. Look at me, I'm the scapegoat. What you gonna do about it? Yeah, I know, okay? But again, not where I heard it. Okay? Just like the U2 spy plane should be remembered and all that shit. You gotta know what the fuck that is. Do you know what the U2 spy plane is? You have any idea? That's what I thought. Other than also cleverly named after a really cool band. Oh yeah, like there's no Bono, there's no question. You gotta love Bono. Fucking guy is entertaining. No zero question about that. Love you too. Oh, oh, oh. I love that song. Was it Revelation? Was that what it's called? I really liked you too. I was turned on to him after Disturbed, actually. I didn't have any low opinions of him. Disturbed did a YouTube cover. Did you know that? But you didn't know that. It's hidden at the end of Asylum. Go to Asylum, go to the last track and listen to it. I think it's a minute and 30 some seconds. It'll start going I have climbed highest mountains. I have run through the fields only to be with you. And he sings it very Dave Draymond. Mwah. Loved it. Phenomenal. Beautiful song. Loved how they did it. It was beautiful. That's how I would describe it, even to the band. Beautiful. Masterpiece. It's usually what they do with their covers. They are very inspired folk. Love it. So yeah, love that. And yeah, I mean, like Shout 2000 was amazing, and Land of Confusion was amazing. And obviously, the Sound of Silence. There's no question about that. That got over 1 billion views. Not that long after it was posted. It didn't take that long, and they're a metal band. What metal band gets a bill? Again, they're not the only ones, because I'm pretty sure somebody has a bill. Somebody else, I forget who. I feel bad, but they're not the only ones. It's probably like Led Zeppelin or something like. It's probably something like that. It might be Stairway to Heaven, now that I think about it. And it's just not a metal song. I will literally... this is why, again, I understand this, okay? So I'm going to explain it, okay? You don't play Stairway to Heaven in any guitar store because it's a fucking shit song. Nobody likes it. Nobody that actually respects music thinks this is a good song. They are sick and tired of hearing it. Because all these cliche people that want to like metal love the Stairway to Heaven, and it's really hard to play. I can't roll my eyes hard enough. Big fucking deal. There's only so much of do 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 glue do 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 glue do 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 of a fucking little damn music box I can take. Okay? So again, it's not a metal song. Okay? This is very much very slow, maybe even a ballad, but it ain't a metal song. Okay, I just don't agree with that. But that's my opinion. So again, that's why they don't want you to play it. They don't want to fucking hear it either. They've heard It's like how many times can you hear Sweet Home Alabama? Like, I mean, I love Leonard Skinner and I love the song, but for the love of God, there's other Leonard Skinner songs. How about Freebird? Was in free? Am I naming the wrong band again? No, I'm getting that right, aren't I? Sometimes Kansas slips in there. My fault. I do get that. I do that sometimes. Because I like Kansas and I like Leonard Skinner. It's very similar. Was it Carry On? Was Kansas? Carry On, My Wayward Son. Yeah. Yeah. Freebird was Leonard Skinner. I was right. So, I mean, you listen to all these bands, you get old, you forget stuff. But A lot of that was inspired, like a lot of the music that you hear today, especially Bob Seger. A lot of people don't realize Bob Seger, and somebody I don't talk about enough. One of my first CDs was George Thorogood. Like his greatest hits, the one where he's like on the cover, like on a stage, and he's making a funny face. He's got a sick guitar. Yeah, that was one of my first so that's my love for the blues metal. He nailed that. That's my love for the blues metal. He fucking nailed it. So I absolutely fell in love with his way of playing. Like he would, you know, and out the door I went. Like it's a story. It's like it's sort of like what people do now with musicals and movies and stuff like that, where it's like feels almost like a western or something. Like it's actually telling a story, and even the music itself sounds like it's joining in. It's not just a guitar riff. Not there's anything wrong with that. Cool guitar riffs are cool, but I love that. I love how some guitarists can basically make their guitar talk. Zach does that. Zach makes that thing scream. Love it. He makes that thing scream. That thing's crying. That thing's a crying. Yep. He's playing it so well. It's like, oh, 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 and then like that's the whammy. Oh, oh, oh. Yeah, yeah. He's taking it home, man. Eddie could do that really well too. I love Eddie. I got much better than that. Unless you're Randy Rhodes and you don't have a chance to. They just never had a chance. Sucks. That's what you have to look at. Like, just like Randy Rhodes, he was that good at the start. That's why it's so uncanny. Think about how good he'd be now. Like that's what I think. Like I think this about Bruce Lee too, where he was very good but didn't have a chance to really shine and show that. He sort of did a bunch of cheesy ass movies that were bad. But doesn't mean he was bad at martial arts. Just means the martial arts in the movies were shit. So I still think Randy had his best work ahead of him. I do. I think he had plenty of ideas. I do. That's a shame. It really is. I think about him when I think about the American Pie song. I do. Like Buddy Holly and all them for sure. That's the day the music died. But Randy Rhodes too. No, really. That was pinnacle. Yeah, I remember I was telling the story, and he said by the time he landed, he had found out they crashed. It's just terrible, man. Yes, I tear up for Randy Rhodes. I'm not. Yes, I do. Sorry. Try not to. That was so unfair. Ozzy, he lived a life. Randy Rhodes, just thinking about that, and man, it's so unfair. Even now, thinking about it, like that's why. Just the unfairness of it. robbed of life, of everything. And his wife was too. Didn't he have a wife? He got a fiance or something. I don't remember. His mom though. Uh yeah. That's why you honor him up above. That's why they do that. Because, the whole point is he didn't have a chance to, for all we know, he would have been better. And then maybe Zach still would have gotten the gig with Ozzy. I think that would have still happened. I think Zach was the quintessential that was still going to happen. I just think by that point, Randy was going to part ways and do his own thing for a little while. I think that was what was always going to happen. And he was still going to wind up. I still think fate would have happened for Zach. You don't. That guy is the last man standing. He is. Like, there's no question. So whether it was Guns N' Roses, Black Label Society, Pride and Glory, himself, he was gonna do something. A lot of you don't know that he was the guitarist, was supposed to be in Guns N' Roses, supposed to be, just didn't happen. There's a whole story, but a lot of the details, like I don't want to say it because it sounds very one sided, and I never hear Axel's side of it, never. I always hear one side. I have never heard Axel's side of it. So it always appears a certain way with him, but he also doesn't talk shit. This is what I've noticed. So, I mean, I don't have to like him as a singer. Like, he's a terrible singer. Let's be honest. The guy's fucking terrible. Sounds like he's fucking gargling half the time. But hey, well, people like it. Zach probably thinks he's terrible too. He does. He probably thinks that. He's not. That's what you have to. Zach, he is eerily good. That's what you got to realize about him. He's actually eerily good. He thinks he's bad, so he tries really hard. So he's just really good, but practiced. And when you get older, you got to change your voice. Ozzy didn't do that. Ozzy kept trying to sing the high stuff, and he was just throwing his voice out, throwing his voice out, throwing his voice out, throwing his voice out, throwing his voice out. He was. There's only so long you can sing as high as your bullshit's culture lifting. There's only so high so long you're gonna be able to sing. You gotta take it an octave down, Oz. It's okay, man. And he did, and I'm glad that he did. But I think sometimes he can't hear himself. So toward the end, if you notice, like some of those shows, he actually was wearing an earpiece and it was very visible. I noticed that. When he can hear himself, he sounds great. All that was him not being able to hear himself. Isn't that crazy? So like he's a good singer. He's a professional. But it's literally just the fact that if you can't hear yourself, you can't hear yourself. You just sing whatever fucking pitch you think it sounds like. You can't hear yourself. You've got to be able to hear yourself. You have a if I could help you, you practice so much you have like a muscle memory of what the pitch is in your head. You can hear the song in your head. So you just match that. You don't need a backtrack. You just listen to it so much. But anyway, I thought he still sounded really, really good, and I'm glad that he started taking it down because it was a nice cleanup of the fact that like he was just sort of throwing his voice out and it wasn't helping him. Anyway, we started talking about music. Told you guys about the Disturbed cover. Should check that out if you haven't. It's really freaking good. Um, but yeah, I still haven't found what I'm looking for. So let's go. Pretty sure that's what's go. I still haven't found what I'm looking for, or something like that. Um, yeah, I just I grew up in this generation where new metal was the popular thing. You know, that was the new stuff. Very much when I was in high school, The Sickness was the new album. You know, The Sickness, Believe, those two first Disturbed albums. That was what we had. You know, only until after I was out of high school did we have 10,000 Fists. Um, so like all that new metal scene, that was pretty new to me at the time. And you know, even Korn sort of adapting their sound over time, and you know, even sort of like, you know, just meshing as new metal comes in, them, you know, modernizing with that, liking it, playing a part in that, you know, essentially them being the starter really of that. And yeah, I mean, like, you got to give that to Corn. A lot of that was Corn. But I also think people don't give Zach enough credit. Now, there was some other people that were doing this, but I really don't think people give Zach enough credit for the sound he was able to obtain on Osmosis, which was a precursor to, yeah, essentially a lot of this new metal that came out then in you know, that very late 1998, 99, 2000 time period. And then, yeah, if you remember the Sickness and Believe, I think that was like 2000, 2001, 2002, somewhere around there. Um, so you know, I just think people don't give him enough credit to where everybody that was a guitarist, everybody, like Ozzy came back too, and he didn't make it like this big thing or anything like that. He really just tried to make it like, no, I'm just coming out of I'm not retiring. It's that simple. It's another Ozzy album, and it's gonna be really dark. And it was, and my point was, every guitarist, everybody heard that album for the piece of art and masterpiece that it actually was. That actually is a masterpiece, start to finish. There's no question. That should have won more awards than No More Tears. I think more. It's just that back then they didn't give awards for writing stuff that was negative, like have negative, you know, like essentially a negative story or something like that. Like, it has to be positive connotations. They really did those things. Now they've gotten out of that. Obviously, we, you know, in the modern day, you know, like we're like Breaking Bad and stuff like that, where it's like a TV show where they, you know, like the main character is a bad guy and stuff, and it's the most watched show ever, you know, and so some things in culture definitely helped change that. But I just, it's so absurd that they didn't acknowledge what a masterpiece that was, in my opinion. No, again, you had a lot of really good music in the late 90s. You did. Okay. There's no, there's no question. Okay. But to underestimate what Zach did, where he went in there and even used a different guitar than he normally uses, still Gibson. But if you remember, he used the SG. Did the whole thing with the SG. Pretty sure the whole thing. And, you know, that's Angus Young. That was Hendrix, right? Wait, not Hendrix. I'm like, wait, not Hendrix. I'm sorry. Angus Young. Who was the other? Hendrix. Hendrix? Hendrix was Fender, I thought. I literally can visualize him with a Fender. It just knew. Guys, it knew. Angus Young was the first one. I'm so stupid. I should have... Tony Iommi. My fault. Clapton used one? He used one for the song The Fool. See, I didn't know that. He classically used Fender as well. I did not realize that Clapton actually used one. Pete Townsend. That's the other one. Those are definitely the quintessentials. I got Angus Young. He's the most obviously right. I can't believe I spaced on Iommi. That's why Zach went with the SG, probably because of Iommi. But he also likes Angus Young. He does. So, you know, obviously he would use a Les Paul. That he always used a Les Paul until he did the Wild Audio. That it was all Gibson Epiphone, Gibson Les Paul, all of it. Before Wild Audio was the thing, which is his company. So, and phenomenal guitars, they're great. So I just think this really, people underestimate the creative side of things that went into that, where even Zach was using a different guitar than he would normally use. Ozzy brought his vocals down. You know, remember I talked about like I Just Want You and stuff like that, where he started this in a lower octave than he know, and it sounded great. And then like later in the song, he sang in his normal higher Ozzy voice, and it was so good. Like that contrast was awesome for that song. I loved it. And then just the unique arrangement of the instruments, like just how they did certain things. Like again, the drums on See You on the Other Side, and just how eerie and heavy the song Tomorrow was, and I loved the arrangement of every solo on the album. It felt like every solo on the album was really critically looked. It just felt like everything was really critically looked at and finely tuned, instead of just, oh, let's just cut everything and make it radio edit. And it really felt like everything on that album was exactly how Ozzy wanted it to be, instead of, you know, like all this shit being cut, and then, you know what I mean? Like, and there might have still been a little bit of that, but I think it was very finely tuned, and people don't appreciate what it did for music, because everybody listened to that album. Everybody listened to Perry Mason. There's not a single fucking person that can sit here and plays metal guitar today that can't say that Perry Mason wasn't some sort of, you know what I mean? Like, just the way he does that. Now, I know that people do pinch harmonics and chords, but just the way he does that, the like just the way he does that was so damn creative and cool. Just the way it ended up sounding, and very Ozzy, like, you know, just literally sounds like this. You can see Ozzy doing this, like he's creeping around, you know, doo 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 doo. You know, like it just sounds like Ozzy creeping around, you know? Literally sounds like that, because, you know, the fingers on the fretboard, you know, like they're doing that. So like it it was perfection. Everything about it. And that was probably my favorite time for his voice. I know a lot of people like the Sabbath years. I actually liked Ozzy's voice in the 90s. I thought it was phenomenal. I just loved it. So I felt like Ozzy finally tuned his voice in the 90s, and was doing a lot of stuff because of that. You know, like even he liked it, I think. So that's a good thing, you know. You know, we had the yeah, I just think Osmosis was again, that precursor to that new metal. It really was. Let me just some of it anyway. Yeah, it came out in 95. That's what I thought. So when that's like literally mid 90s, like right smack in the middle, and most of those bands like it's like 98, 99 they're getting formed. Yeah, that's I think that's a lot of inspiration there. Where they heard that and they heard how good how good Ozzy was, how good the guitars were, how good everything was, and they're just inspired by it. Wanted to do some music. Same thing with everything else, kind of going on. Just music was phenomenal. But especially Ozzy, especially Osmosis, um, should have won all the awards. It only reached number 4. The entire album reached number 4 on the U.S. Billboard. It was recorded in Paris and New York. I didn't even realize that. The album was recorded in Paris and New York. Well, France is a nice place to be, so I can understand that. Yeah, they just like everything about it was perfection, in my opinion. The spiders dancing on the wall. Do 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 do. Suicide of love, we could have had it all. Oh, see. I feel like I sort of remember that now. It was released around Halloween, October 23rd. Yeah, I really liked it, and a lot of people don't realize that there was a. Is it on YouTube? There's a video for Perry Mason. Did you know that? I don't know that Zach is in it. I think they actually got an actor to just stand there and hold a guitar. I'm not 100%. So if you know much about Osmosis, Ozzy was retired after No More Tears, and so he did come out of retirement, and Zach did obviously want to do it, but he was already he had prior engagements, other things I think he was doing, and so he was not able to tour for that tour. So there's like no live tours with anybody like Zach pretty much ever playing like Perry Mason or anything like that. That's why like that one time he did it recently, I was so grateful for that because nobody can play that like him. I mean, he wrote the riffs and all that. Yeah, he wrote all that stuff. So nobody can play like him. He wrote it. And yeah, I mean, obviously Ozzy wrote the song. I'm not saying he did. I'm just saying, you gotta recognize that nobody else can play it like him, and I want to hear it. I want to hear him play it. And so I was glad that he um yeah, he played the No More Tears, played No More Tears at his he added that so I don't think he really cares because you can just find it on YouTube. He added No More Tears to the current Black Label Society lineup too. So if you go see them live right now, I'm pretty sure they're performing No More. At least they were. Because you know that he covered that. He actually covered No More Tears. I think it was 1919 Eternal. I think he actually covered that on an album. Black Label Society did. So the same. All right. Let's see if there's anything else I'll really mention, but I chatted and quite enough. Start talking about random, random stuff, but cool stuff. Um, so apparently, hold on, let me before. So there's all these earthquakes happening. There was just what was it, like a 7 or an 8, something like that, point something, point one in Colombia. So I guess there's like some sort of, I don't know, is there a tsunami watch or something like that going on? Um, I know they were warning about a hurricane possibly forming and hitting Hawaii, but I don't see anything about that at the moment. Um, but other than that, there was an earthquake that hit Colombia. Colombia, the country. 7.4. Yeah, see, that's just concerning anytime I see that close to the border like that. That's tectonic plates under the ocean. That's very concerning. So this happened pretty close. Like, it's not like it's like really inland. It's pretty much, there aren't even really too many, like, as far as it looks like, roads past that point where it happened. Hold on. Yeah, not really. I mean, there's some, but so like that is very close to the. I mean, it would still take you a little bit, but I mean, like geographically speaking, it's pretty close to the coast. So anytime you see that, the concern obviously is, um, where you would have plates shifting under the ocean. Um, so then that would obviously be tsunami waves and stuff like that. Boy, that is very close to the, and 7.4 is significant. And this thing was going on, like, I saw a video and like it wasn't like real quick. I remember like I want to say 10 seconds, 15 seconds into the video, everything was still shaking. So, I mean, like that is very significant. You're like, a lot of times an earthquake, you don't feel it. You know, like the insignificant ones, you don't really feel it. Somebody reports, "Oh, there was an earthquake." Oh, really? You know, and it was only a few seconds and stuff like that. Um, this unalived 181 people. That is a lot. That is a lot. 181 so far. So this wasn't even that long ago. This is about a day ago. This happened. So there will be more than likely, unfortunately. Um, more kids under attack. Like this attacked kids almost. We're like, didn't a school collapse? So like, what is Trump targeting and attacking schools with illegal technology? You know we can cause earthquakes, right? We can do that. Yeah, I don't know. That's so strange. And I have to consider like the you know, the conspiracy side of things when I see so much of the US doing irresponsible shit that is outlandish and conspiracy, like the ability to be able to remove the Venezuelan leader in seconds. They're not teleporting. Yeah, it's the same. It even says right here, Scientific American, the seismic event is of similar magnitude, quoting them, the seismic event is of a similar magnitude to the pair of earthquakes that hit Venezuela in June. So again, mimicking the exact, and this is kind of what we're talking about when earthquakes hit. It's just a lot less frequent, and they don't conveniently hit countries where Trump's causing problems for them. Yeah, like these are the countries where the immigrants are from. You know, like that's clearly what's happening. So this is reporting, CNN is reporting 200 people now, not 181. CNN reported as of 30 minutes ago, it's up to 200 now. That's horrible. That's horrible. All right, I have talked too much. I'm sure you can see my face. Look at this. Do you see this? That's not my jaw. That's the lump on my face. You see it? This whole thing here. You see it? The piece that's sticking out. That's not my jaw. That is the lump on my face. Look. That's what my fucking jaw looks like. It don't look like that over here. There's like a baseball in there. That's what it feels like, man. All right. I'm going to get out of here. Thanks for watching. See you later. Be safe.